10 years. 10 years since Troy was ravaged. The city, with its colossal walls, considered by everyone to be invincible, was reduced to ruins. King Priam was slain, and with him his sons, the valiant Hector and the ardent Paris, along with all the Trojan princes and soldiers, and all Troy's women, children, and old men. All slain, without mercy, and all left without burial. The Greeks, thirsty for vengeance after a 10-year siege, upheld the pledge made by their king, Agamemnon, to leave not a single stone standing in Troy, and not a single Trojan survivor. Agamemnon, Menelaus, Ulysses, the Greek heroes who survived the Trojan War have been back at sea for a long time. But where are they now? Zeus observes the mortals from atop Olympus. The Trojan War has profoundly changed them. Greek heroes who once feared the almighty gods, making sacrifices to them and giving them thanks, now behave as if they themselves are gods. Victory has intoxicated them, transformed them much more deeply than anyone could have ever imagined. Look at Agamemnon. King of kings, he calls himself. King of Mycenae, he conquered all the Greek cities before ordering them to march on Troy, which within a few years he reduced to ashes. He now reigns over all the known world, and he thinks he's more than a king. His brother, the wild beast Menelaus, has accused him of pride and excess, the most serious of all sins. But Menelaus himself, husband of the beautiful and unfaithful Helen, conqueror of the Trojans, has become intoxicated with his own power and military victories. He forgets that it is the gods who decided the outcome of this war. And it is precisely this decision which now sows discord among the gods. Because Olympus, where Zeus reigns supreme, is in disarray and almost empty. The gods who supported the Trojans during the war accuse Zeus of having unfairly favored the Greeks, causing their side to lose. Aphrodite, the goddess of love, Apollo, the god of light, and Artemis, the goddess of the hunt, are all gone. Since the fall of Troy, none have deigned to reappear on Olympus. No one knows where they are. For 10 long years, it seems the world has been deprived of their benefits. Love, light, and even hunting have been sorely lacking among mortals. Another god, and no minor deity, has deserted Olympus. Ares, the god of war. In the final hours of the Trojan War, Ares was violently opposed to Athena, goddess of warfare, but also of wisdom. Wounded by his half-sister, harshly lectured by his father, Ares swore that he would reappear on Olympus only when Zeus did him justice by punishing Athena. In the meantime, he strikes mortals with his darts and spreads war wherever he goes. But another deity is missing alongside Zeus, his wife, the divine Hera. Zeus has banished her. He holds her responsible for the discord that divides the gods of Olympus. He is not ready to forgive her for the many conspiracies she instigated. Zeus has locked Hera in her apartments and forbidden her to attend his council. And that's not all. Poseidon and Hades, the brothers of Zeus, are challenging his authority. Poseidon, the shadowy and eternal plotter, never leaves his palace beneath the sea. Hades, guardian of the kingdom of the dead, came to sacred Olympus to challenge Zeus. In the aftermath of the slaughter in Troy, the underworld he reigns over is more populated than the realm of the living, ruled over by Zeus. As a result, the mighty Hades now boasts even greater power than Zeus, and he demands to be elevated to the same status. His wife, the formidable Persephone, supports his claims, as does Demeter, sister of Zeus and mother of Persephone, who is always quick to take her daughter's side. Meanwhile, Hephaestus, the lame one, lives as a misanthropist, preferring the burning forges of his island of Lemnos to the sometimes bitter sweetness of Olympus. Beside the god of gods, there remains only his daughter Athena and his more recent son, Hermes. For many years, Athena has had but one conviction. If mortal men now regard themselves as gods, there is one that should be watched over all others, and maybe even helped. That man is Ulysses, the king of Ithaca, who is struggling to return to his island and rejoin his family. Ithaca, the kingdom of Ulysses. The old man crossing the palace courtyard is Mentor, the former tutor of young Telemachus, Ulysses' son. Mentor goes to the great hall where the king used to hold his banquets. Men are feasting. Near the fire, a woman is weaving a shroud. She is no longer very young. Her face expressionless, she seems to hear nothing of the cries and bursts of laughter echoing around her. This is Penelope, wife of Ulysses and mother of Telemachus. For many years, Penelope has been plagued by a host of suitors, young men of high nobility, all former subjects of her husband, Ulysses. All are convinced that Ulysses will never return. He left almost 20 years ago, and the Trojan War ended nearly 10 years ago. It is time for Penelope to choose a new husband. The suitors are burning to be in her bed, lying beside her, and thus to reign over the islands that make up the beautiful kingdom of Ithaca. Arrogant, pretentious, bursting with pride and violence, they urge Penelope to choose one of them. Meanwhile, they devour Ulysses' possessions. Mentor goes straight to Telemachus, the son of Ulysses. The newborn baby the king abandoned to fight the Trojans is now a handsome young man of 20 years. He has not seen Mentor, the man who taught him all he knows, in a very long time. But the old man has some harsh words for him. Telemachus must gather himself. His honor and the destiny of the kingdom are at stake. He must leave his childhood behind and take decisive action. Now is the time for courage. Telemachus must find his father as soon as possible. There is a man who can help him in his quest. Menelaus, king of Sparta, who fought alongside Ulysses in Troy. Menelaus is the last of the Greeks fortunate enough to have returned home, battered and bruised, but alive. He will be able to tell them what has become of his father and know whether he is alive or dead. If Ulysses came to a sad end, Menelaus either saw it himself or has heard an eyewitness account. Reinvigorated by the words of his former tutor, Telemachus strides toward the suitors. They all stare. For so long this young man has been cowed, content to bemoan his fate and mourn his father's absence. Here, he suddenly announces in a firm voice that he will go in search of Ulysses. If he learns that his father has perished, then he will bow to their demands. He will return to his native land to erect a monument to him, honor him by performing the funeral rites, and give his mother a husband and a new king for Ithaca. But if he discovers that Ulysses is not dead, then the suitors must prepare for his revenge, sooner or later. Telemachus's words are met with sneers and sarcasm. Antinous, the apparent leader of Penelope's suitors, walks towards the young man. He invites him to join them and take part in the feast. But Telemachus pushes him back brusquely. Immediately, the threats pour forth. The suitors forbid the son of Ulysses to take to the sea and sail far from Ithaca. Telemachus leaves the room with a rage in his belly. It is not yet time to enter the fray. Mentor is anxious to reassure him. He has taken it upon himself to charter a ship and find a crew of volunteers among the men who remain faithful to the memory of Ulysses. They will set sail tomorrow at dawn. That night, in the sleeping palace, while Telemachus dreams of the voyage promised by Mentor, dark thoughts consume Penelope. Exhausted by her tears and worries, she cannot sleep a wink. She has already lost a husband. If Telemachus leaves her now, she will lose a son as well. The first rays of dawn light up the port. The ship promised by Mentor is here. Telemachus is eager to express his gratitude. He seeks him out, but the clock is ticking. He climbs aboard. Beneath the clothes of old Mentor lurks the goddess Athena, determined to protect the son of Ulysses. Telemachus reaches Sparta to find a double wedding being celebrated for one of the children of King Menelaus, whose son and daughter are being married. Like all guests preparing to meet the king, Telemachus is welcomed and bathed before being scented and draped in a sumptuous tunic and led to Menelaus. But the king is sad, and when Telemachus reveals to him who he is, his sadness intensifies. Since his return home, not a night has gone by without dreams of that endless war invading his sleep. Telemachus implores Menelaus, The gods have ensured that the fate of his father Ulysses has remained shrouded in secrecy. No one can say if or how he died, be it on land at the hands of criminals or on the seas in the kingdom of Poseidon. This is what brings him. He has voyaged here in the hope that all will be revealed. Then, the wild beast Menelaus, the great Greek warrior, begins to speak, describing the Trojan War. He tells him how, behind the walls of Priam's city, the best of them fell. Achilles, Patroclus, Ajax, Antilochus, and thousands of others. Above all, Menelaus tells Telemachus how the Greeks looted Troy and massacred its women and children. On that day, he confesses, feverish from the 10-year siege, they would listen to neither reason nor justice, which is why the wrath of Zeus fell upon the Greeks. The god of gods ensured a disastrous return for them all. Menelaus and his men left the shores of Troy filled with bitterness. The conquest of the city with the high walls did not deliver on its promise. The riches attributed to Troy did not exist. No treasure, nothing but death and ruins. So Menelaus resolved to get rich in other places before returning to Sparta, his homeland. Leading his ships, he sailed the seas, amassing gold and silver, venturing into Egypt through the river delta leading into an unknown island. With no wind blowing, he could sail no further. The island was a parched land, without food or water. Just as they thought their end had come, a marine deity appeared to them. Her name was Ithaca, and she took pity on them. She told them that none but her father could tell them how to get back to Sparta. His name was Proteus, an immortal, the son of Poseidon, god of the seas, and keeper of all marine animals and other creatures of the abyss. But Menelaus was warned that he would have to seize him by cunning. For Proteus would always appear covered in thick fog, just as the sun reaches the middle of the sky. Most of all, he had the power to assume any form he wished. Every day, he came to languish in the hollow of the caves, surrounded by seals, exhaling the acrid odor of the depths. Tomorrow, he would be there. The next day, Menelaus and his men lay in wait for the god Proteus. As soon as he emerged from the waters, they pounced on him. Proteus struggled. To escape his attackers, he turned into a lion, then into a pig, and again into a leopard. But the powerful Menelaus, helped by his companions, managed to subdue him. And Proteus was forced to surrender. He agreed to answer Menelaus's questions. How could he escape the island that held him prisoner? Asked the king of Sparta. Proteus answered that Menelaus was a prisoner of this island because in his excess he had forgotten to offer a sacrifice to Zeus, neglecting his greatness and his power. Terrified, Menelaus vowed that he would make amends for the insult, that in his recklessness he had visited upon Zeus. He would repent and organize a gigantic slaughter for the master of Olympus, provided the latter let him return to Sparta safe and sound. He then asked the god Proteus another question. Had the Greeks who left Troy at the same time as him perished or survived? Proteus's reply was unequivocal. One of them had died, while the other was a captive of the vast sea. Telemachus interrupts Menelaus. He was dying to ask, Who? Who was dead? Menelaus resumes his story. Proteus, he says, uttered a name. Agamemnon. Agamemnon had perished. Agamemnon, the king of kings, behaved like a child who believed he had to be obeyed. But the Eternals are not so easily influenced, and the gods chastised him for his excesses. At home in his palace, on the day of his return, the great Agamemnon perished. A trap had been laid for him by the man who had treacherously climbed into the bed of his wife, Queen Clytemnestra. That man was Aegisthus, cousin of Agamemnon and Menelaus. While Agamemnon and the Greeks were besieging Troy, Aegisthus was quietly besieging Agamemnon's wife. Queen Clytemnestra initially refused the heinous act. But the grip of destiny was such that she finally surrendered to the assaults from Aegisthus, driven less by love than by a desire for revenge on Agamemnon. Ever since the day Agamemnon agreed to sacrifice their daughter Iphigenia to obtain favorable winds for his military expedition to Troy, the hatred and bitterness that burned so fiercely within Clytemnestra could not be extinguished. When Agamemnon returned to Mycenae, unaware of the betrayal, Aegisthus and Clytemnestra welcomed him with open arms. They made sacrifices to the gods, organized a sumptuous banquet, then, in the middle of a meal, slaughtered him. None of the companions who had followed him survived. All were slaughtered on the spot, including the girl he had brought back as a slave, Cassandra, the youngest daughter of King Priam. It was a sad end for the man who aspired to reign over all men. Nothing was lost in Telemachus in the telling of Menelaus' story. But if Agamemnon was dead, then the one who remained captive of the vast sea could only be his father. Ulysses, then, is not dead. He is captive of the vast sea. But for how much longer? And where? Which powerful entities were opposing his return? And for what reason? For the past 10 years, Ulysses has been desperately trying to return home to Ithaca, but in vain. After a long series of adventures, he's now stranded on an island at the ends of the earth. Faced with a destiny that has seemingly turned against him, Ulysses has given up the fight. Exhausted, memories swim round and round his head, and the day when he left Troy up in flames, believing his travails to be almost over, constantly returns to haunt him. Troy has been overrun by the Greeks. It has been razed to the ground and is in flames. It was cunning rather than strength that allowed the Greeks to take the city of Priam, due to the wooden horse dreamed up by the ingenious Ulysses. We can still see its imposing outline. In its belly were hidden the bravest of soldiers, who at nightfall slipped out of the wooden horse and opened the city gates to the Greek army. Within hours, the proud city had been taken, and its king, Priam, dragged from his palace and slain. From the shore, Ulysses revives the scenes of carnage of the past few days. Agamemnon, the King of Kings, had sworn that not a single stone of Troy would remain standing. He had kept his word and had gone much further. Its streets had been turned into rivers of blood. Every inhabitant, young or old, soldier or civilian, had met with the sword during the massacre that lasted several days and nights. Women had been raped. The throats of old men slit, innocent babes flung from the city walls. The sole survivors, Queen Hecuba, her daughter Cassandra, and her daughter-in-law Andromache, widow of Hector, the heir to the throne, are now their victors' slaves. But the thousands of Trojan lives taken would never bring back from the dead the valiant Greek warriors who had fallen in combat. The friends of Ulysses, the divine hero Achilles, Patroclus, Ajax, and Antilochus, among so many others. So many lives lost. A war fought for nothing. Or rather, to satisfy the pride of one man, Agamemnon. If the gods allowed him to do this, ponders Ulysses, then they are no longer worthy of man's praise. If the gods were unable to prevent this, then they no longer deserve our reverence, or that we place in them our faith and hope. In his heart, Ulysses feels that the age of fearing the gods, of trusting in their justice, the age which has governed man's life for thousands of years, is over. That's right. If the gods were just, as they so claim, why has the world become a place of such injustice? From now on, life would come with a taste of bitterness. Ulysses wishes for only one thing: to leave this bloodied land and return home. As they set sail, Ulysses and the Greeks who have survived this terrible war share the same frustrations. All this for nothing. Troy wasn't overflowing with gold and jewels, as the King of Kings Agamemnon had promised. Its only treasure was its people, and they had been wiped out to avenge the Greek heroes fallen in combat. The soldiers on board Ulysses' ships leave for Ithaca empty-handed, their hearts heavy, their souls darkened by their crimes. For one last time, Ulysses contemplates the scene of desolation, then turns to his two closest captains and lifelong friends, Eurylochus and Polites. Extreme exhaustion weighs them down. From Mount Olympus, Zeus has seen everything. Moreover, he has understood. What is happening inside Ulysses' heart is the most terrible of threats to the immortal gods. Probably worse than all the disputes and battles waged since the dawn of time by the divinities of Olympus, which finally led to the Trojan War and the countless number of lives sacrificed. Because within Ulysses are sprouting the seeds of an evil which risks spreading at lightning speed. An evil feared by all the gods. An evil that men have named atheism. Athena is at her father's side. She is the goddess of war and protected the Greeks throughout the conflict. She kept a particular watch over Ulysses. She admires his inventiveness, his cunning and trickery. She asks her father to ensure that Ulysses' return to his homeland of Ithaca is smooth and peaceful, because he fully deserves it. But Zeus explodes. Has his daughter forgotten that while she is the goddess of war, she is also that of reason and wisdom? What is to be expected of Ulysses' recently changed behavior? A passing whim, replies Athena. But it will not pass. Zeus knows this full well. If a man, a mere mortal, begins to doubt the mightiness of the gods, if he abandons all belief in them, their very existence will soon be brought into question. What's more, all the power and glory of the gods depends solely on the belief that men place in them. If men turn away, cease believing, cease fearing, cease sacrificing hecatombs, and cease singing their praises, then the gods' powers on earth will be lost forever. Athena knows this and agrees. Then Ulysses must be punished, thunders Zeus. To prevent atheism from spreading throughout the world of men, Ulysses must perish on his homeward journey. Suddenly, the wind picks up. A mighty swell pushes Ulysses' fleet landwards. It needs to find a safe haven. Ulysses recognizes the coast. It's that of Ismarus, the land of the Cicones, allies of the Trojans, and thus the enemies of the Greeks. As he and his men may need to shelter here for some time, Ulysses decides to stock up on supplies. But his men overstep his orders and pillage the nearby city. They slaughter the Cicones and spend their time getting drunk in taverns. Eurylochus tries to step in. This will incur the wrath of the gods. But Ulysses can't bring himself to stop his men. The gods, he mutters under his breath. An old man flings himself at Ulysses' feet, a priest of Apollo. He offers the king of Ithaca gold and amphorae of fine wine in exchange for sparing him and his family. Ulysses distractedly accepts. On seeing the Ciconian corpses piled up in the streets, his mind is swimming. More death. But we're no longer before the walls of Troy. The war is over. This new conflict makes no sense. Ulysses swiftly orders his men to return to their ships. But as his soldiers, still drunken and heavy with the weight of their war booty, clamber aboard their ships, arrows rain down on the Greeks. They are shot by Cicones coming from the inland, alerted by a handful of escapees from the massacre. These reinforcements bear down on Ulysses and his crew. The Greeks attempt to put up a fight, but a number of them fall in battle. Flight is the only option. Eurylochus points out to Ulysses that they have left behind their dead countrymen unburied. Their souls will wander the earth aimlessly without ever knowing eternal rest. For a Greek, this is the worst form of punishment. Ulysses regrets this, but he had no choice. Zeus and Athena witness what happened in the land of the Cicones. Does Athena not see what impiety her protege is guilty of by abandoning the bodies of his dead men? Athena understands the threat that Ulysses poses. Yes, he scorns the gods. Yes, he seems no longer to believe in them. But he must not be killed. He must be brought to reason. If Ulysses has truly lost his faith, then striking him down with a thunderbolt will not prevent his ideas from spreading amongst men. The tale of the destruction of Troy will reach the ears of other mortals who, learning of so many deaths, which they will see as unjust and pointless, will start thinking like Ulysses. No. What must be done is for Zeus to let her protect him as she always has done. By helping him through his travails and causing him to bow down in gratitude, she will sweep away these new ideas. If he returns home safe and sound, guided by a goddess, Ulysses will be forced to admit that despite all the deaths of the Trojan War, the gods remain almighty. He will return to the correct path and forget his seditious ideas. Zeus thinks for a long time. He's still unconvinced that he should let Ulysses depart in peace. It's been 4 weeks since Ulysses and his crew set sail from Troy. A navigator sets the course. All recognize the cliffs of Ithaca. Cries of joy break out. Soon they will be home. Finally, back home. But suddenly, the sky becomes heavy with clouds and thunder rings out. A new storm, even more fearful than the last, pushes the fleet out to sea. The crews are plunged into darkness. And in spite of their best efforts, the swell carries them far from Ithaca. They're heading in the opposite direction, due south. After a week-long storm, Ulysses and his ships finally find haven off an unknown land. Ulysses decides to explore in order to find supplies. He leaves 3 men with the ships to guard them and sets off inland with the rest of his men. A few hours later they return, their arms laden with supplies. But the men left behind as guards have vanished. Ulysses refuses to leave without them. They must be found, dead or alive. After a seemingly endless march, they reach the outskirts of a village. They're greeted by smiling men, women, and children. Ulysses asks them if they know anything about his 3 lost men. In response, they lead him to one of their huts. His men are there, safe and sound, sitting on the ground with a blissful look on their faces, eating strange pink fruits. They look at Ulysses as if he were a complete stranger. Ulysses tries to bring them around by talking about Ithaca and their families, but in vain. The 3 men remember nothing and nobody. One of the villagers who led Ulysses to the hut offers him one of the strange fruits and urges him to try it. It's the fruit of the lotus, he explains. It has the power to make you forget the past, to erase all memories forever. Of people, places, and places you knew, nothing remains. A light dizziness comes over Ulysses. To forget the past? To never see the scenes that haunt him ever again? Could it be possible? A kind of rebirth? The lotus eaters are upset by this gesture. Their fruit, their offering, thrown to the ground is a blasphemy. Their anger mounts, swords are drawn. Ulysses and his men must flee. They grab their 3 companions, still in a blissful state, and drag them back to the ships. Thick fog covers the sea. It makes navigation perilous. The crew can't differentiate between north and south. At dawn on the 6th day, an island is spotted in the distance. It seems to be dotted with pine and oak trees and is dominated by mountains. The island of the 3 Cyclopes. The crew begins to tremble with fear. The Cyclopes are giants. They are said to be the sons of Poseidon, the god of the sea. They have a reputation of being vindictive, proud, and disrespectful of all laws. They neither plow nor sow, and yet supposedly lack nothing. Without exerting the slightest effort, their fields produce wheat and their vines heavy bunches of grapes. It's also said that they don't live in the plains, but in deep caverns. And they devour anyone who dares to set foot on their land. Ulysses decides to explore the island. Since fate has dealt them a cruel hand and prevents them from returning to Ithaca, they will take this opportunity to discover the world's hidden curiosities. What's more, they need supplies. On board his ships, all that is left is wine, which Ulysses, dressed once again in his armor, takes with him. Soon, Ulysses and his men find themselves before the entrance to a cave high up on a cliff overlooking the sea. The home of a Cyclops, no doubt. Having ensured that the place is deserted, the Greeks enter the cave. It's vast. Inside, they discover dozens of baskets filled with food. The terrified sailors suggest taking the baskets of food and the flock of sheep at pasture just outside the cave and heading back to their ships as fast as possible. But Ulysses refuses. He won't leave without setting eyes on one of the infamous Cyclopes. Suddenly, they hear heavy footsteps. They hide in the darkest corner to the rear of the cave. A shape fills the entrance, so imposing that only the creature's legs can be seen. Legs so thick, they block all sunlight from entering. Ulysses crawls out of his hiding place. He carefully raises his head to get a better look. But the Cyclops has sensed the presence of men, and on entering his cave, spots Ulysses and his crew huddled together, shaking like leaves. He demands to know who they are and where they're from. Ulysses tells them they are warriors on their way home from Troy, and that unfavorable winds forced them towards this island. They beg for the Cyclops' hospitality. The Cyclops roars with laughter. Hospitality. In response, he seizes two of the sailors, raises them like straw dolls, and flings them against the wall of the cave. Ulysses is petrified. Polyphemus the Cyclops has blocked Ulysses' men inside his cave. With no possibility of escape. At the back of the cave, the sailors tremble with fear. The Cyclops, this terrible monster who flouts the laws of hospitality sacred to the Greeks, has already killed 3 of them. Each one thinks he will be the next. They all pray, invoking the gods. In the semi-darkness, the faces of Ulysses' faithful captains, Eurylochus and Polites, can be made out. Eurylochus, bravest among the brave, had nevertheless warned the king of Ithaca about the dangers awaiting them on this island. But Ulysses, curious to get a glimpse of these 3 mysterious Cyclops, paid no heed. He no longer listens to anyone. He, the man of twists and turns, the wise one, isn't the same since they left Troy. He, more than anyone, should implore the goddess Athena, who was his protector throughout the Trojan War. Ulysses doesn't pray, however. It is as though the gods have become foreign to him. Or perhaps he senses that there is another way to escape from the Cyclops' lair. A solution that resides not in the goodwill of the gods or inspired by them, but in themselves and themselves only. Lost in thought, Ulysses scans the floor of the cave. A shape catches his eye. It's a log, an olive log almost as thick as a ship's mast. Perhaps this is the club the Cyclops uses when he goes hunting. This simple piece of wood gives him an idea. He's going to carve and sharpen this log to make a stake. Seeing their leader's energetic efforts with the piece of wood, the sailors cease their lamenting and resign themselves to helping him. Once finished, the stake is concealed beneath a pile of debris. Let everyone be reassured, explains Ulysses. At nightfall, they will see that he is true to his nickname of the Cunning. He has a plan to take down the Cyclops, and he needs 2 volunteers to execute it. The sailors look warily at their leader. Since the first day of this journey to Ithaca, Ulysses has made one bad decision after another. A further mistake could lead even more rapidly to their downfall. They have always shown obedience to their king, but today they demand to know what the plan is before agreeing to it. Ulysses then points to the 2 large wineskins brought back from their expedition to the land of the Cicones, gifted from the priest of Apollo in exchange for his life. He will make the Cyclops drink until he's drunk and falls into a drunken stupor. Ulysses then kneels down and, speaking in a whisper, explains the rest of his plan to his companions. Night has fallen. The boulder blocking the cave entrance slowly rolls back. The Cyclops has returned. He's bringing his sheep back from the pasture. At the sight of the monster, the sailors take refuge behind a rock, quaking with fear. In one swift movement, the Cyclops grabs 2 men by the waist. He knocks them out with a gigantic punch and immediately starts dismembering them. He then devours them. He leaves nothing, neither flesh nor entrails, nor marrow-filled bones. Ulysses' companions whimper, cry, throw up their hands imploring Zeus. They beg the Cyclops to spare their lives. They're answered with a growl, followed by a thunderous belch. Ulysses is horrified, but he knows they need to act fast. So, overcoming his fear, he steps forward and brandishes a bowl filled with wine. To accompany your meal, Cyclops, here is the wine of the Cicones. It's the best wine on earth. The Cyclops grabs the bowl and greedily empties it. His mind already fuzzy, his speech slurry, he confirms that this is indeed a nectar worthy of the gods. And he adds that if he can drink the wine of the Cicones again, he will give Ulysses a gift. Ulysses then serves him a second bowl of wine. Satisfied, the Cyclops will now give him the gift he promised. But first, he wants to know his name. Nobody, answers Ulysses. Nobody? Your name is Nobody? Yes, Nobody. My mother and father and all my companions call me by this name, Nobody. The Cyclops nods. Perfect. Well, he'll eat Nobody last then. This will be his gift to him. With these words, the Cyclops gulps down the rest of the wine. And just as Ulysses had planned, he falls into a heavy, drunken sleep. Without wasting a second, the men grab the olive stake they've patiently carved. Joining forces to lift it, they climb onto the sleeping body of the Cyclops, take aim, and with all their might, ram the formidable weapon into the monster's eye. The Cyclops wakes up letting out a tremendous roar, which can be heard on the far side of the island. Alerted by the cries of Polyphemus, his fellow Cyclops who live in the caves and surrounding caverns quickly appear at the cave entrance. Seeing the boulder that's preventing Ulysses and his companions from escaping, they call out to their friend worried. What is happening, Polyphemus? What is wrong with you that you cry out like that? Are you being killed by trickery or by force? Polyphemus the Cyclops, in agonizing pain, answers them with a howl. Yes, he is being killed. They have put out his eye by trickery, not by force. His fellow Cyclops are surprised. They want to know who is the perpetrator of this crime. Who dares to attack the mighty Polyphemus in his cave? And Polyphemus answers them, nobody. Nobody? Repeat the other Cyclops. So all is well then. If nobody has hurt him, let Polyphemus cease his screaming and let them return to their beds. And if he's hurt himself, let him implore his father, the god Poseidon, instead. And the group of Cyclops leave, annoyed at having had their sleep disturbed. As for Polyphemus, he remains laid out on the floor, grimacing in pain. The danger has passed. The men can breathe again. But now, how to get out of Polyphemus's cave? They all turn to their king. Without a word, Ulysses points to the sheep gathered in a corner. They are bleating persistently. Their udders are heavy. At dawn, Polyphemus will have to let his animals out to graze. His companions will therefore cling onto their bellies. Polyphemus, now blind, will not be able to see them, and their escape is assured. Hope is revived in the men's hearts. But that night, they all remain on their guard, watching for the slightest movement from the sleeping monster. At sunrise, just as Ulysses predicted, Polyphemus, blinded, bloody, but back up on his feet again, rolls the boulder aside. He calls his animals, which immediately head towards the cave opening. As they cross the threshold, Polyphemus feels their backs to make sure that no one is straddling them. Ulysses and his companions have managed to escape. They're free. The sailors are soon back aboard their ships, safe and sound, but traumatized by having seen 5 of them devoured by Polyphemus. Ulysses cannot contain his anger and rages at the Cyclops. Since this monster flouted the most sacred rules of hospitality, he only got what he deserved. And if anyone asks him about his blinded eye, let him answer that his eye was pierced by the valiant Ulysses, king of Ithaca, son of Laertes. From his mountaintop, Polyphemus picks up a gigantic rock. Sensing danger, Eurylochus and Pelides order the sailors to row quickly away from the shore. The Cyclops then hurls the rock with all his might at the exact spot where their ship had just been a moment before. The ships sail away from the island of the Cyclops, but on board, the men continue to tremble at the terrifying sound of Polyphemus's voice. Polyphemus calls out to his father, Poseidon, the god of the sea. He entreats him to avenge him, to destroy Ulysses. Let the man who put out his sole eye never make it back to his home in Ithaca. And if he is fated nonetheless to return to his homeland in his fine palace, then let Poseidon ensure that this does not happen before he has suffered countless misfortunes and lost all his companions. Poseidon, the god of the sea, the earth shaker, the brother of Zeus, is furious. Ulysses deserves punishment, and this punishment can only be death. Zeus, the god of all gods, listens attentively to his brother. In his heart, he agrees with him. He is tired of the antics of this Ulysses, who has persisted in his godless attitude since he left Troy. Let us be done with it. Yes, let us prepare a miserable death for him. It will serve as an example to the other mortals. But Athena intervenes once again. They have already had this discussion concerning the fate of Ulysses. Didn't she convince her father to spare the life of the man who doubts the power of the gods? Wouldn't the best way of getting him back on the right path be by helping him return home to Ithaca? This will ensure that a grateful Ulysses will spread the word all over the earth that the gods of Olympus are good and just and necessary to the mortals. But Poseidon refuses to listen. Impiety is a sacrilege. If Zeus is no longer capable of punishing those who offend the gods, then let him surrender his throne to others more competent than himself. Does he want to incur his brother's wrath by giving in once again to the whims of Athena, who everyone knows is his favorite daughter? If he does not obtain redress immediately, Poseidon promises Zeus terrible reprisals. And who knows, maybe this time, the gods absent from Olympus will ally themselves with the god of the seas to avenge this new affront. Zeus hears his brother's threat. Athena and Poseidon have always had a problematic relationship woven with relentless battling and mutual loathing for one another, from the very outset. And Zeus does not intend to be a hostage to their quarrel. So Zeus speaks. He does not fear Poseidon, but he will do him justice. From his mountaintop, Polyphemus the Cyclops demanded that Ulysses and his companions suffer the worst misfortunes without, however, asking for his death. Well, we can do no more than what the offended Cyclops himself wished. Let Ulysses be struck by misfortune. Let him suffer in any way Poseidon sees fit. But he will not die. In this way, justice will be rendered by the god of all gods, and Poseidon will have no cause for complaint. And to prove his brother that Ulysses' crime will not go unpunished, Zeus brandishes the aegis and invites Poseidon to seize his trident. Strong winds immediately start blowing over Ulysses' fleet. Lightning strikes one of the ships, breaking it into smithereens. After a storm lasting many days and nights, calm finally returns. In the distance, the outline of an island comes into view. This island is protected by a bronze wall that seems indestructible. Ulysses recognizes the island of Aeolia. Aeolus, one of the ancient gods. Grandson of Cronus, cousin of the great Zeus. Aeolus is the keeper of the winds. He has the power to unleash them or calm them as he pleases. Aeolus has 12 children, 6 girls and 6 boys. He gave his daughters to his sons for wives, and every day they feast together. When Ulysses and his companions introduce themselves, Aeolus welcomes them with open arms. He treats them with great kindness. In exchange for his hospitality, Aeolus wants Ulysses to tell him about his life. this life of which he knows nothing. He who has spent his entire existence on this island, cut off from the rest of the world. He is thirsty for knowledge. He asks countless questions about people, places, and the famous Trojan War. For over a month, Ulysses and his companions indulge in the delights of a pleasurable and carefree existence. The most refined dishes are served to them, accompanied by the best wines. When Ulysses and his companions are ready to leave, Aeolus gives Ulysses a gift, an invaluable gift. He hands him an ox-hide bag inside which he has locked all the winds that might hinder Ulysses' return to Ithaca. All except for one, the west wind Zephyr, the only wind capable of taking them serenely back to their homeland. For 9 days, Ulysses' fleet sails. On the lead ship, Ulysses mans the helm himself. He refuses to entrust it to anyone, fearful that some clumsy action might cause them to deviate from their path. Does he feel the dark looks of his men behind his back? All focused on this mysterious ox-hide bag hoisted on the ship's bow by their leader? What fabulous treasure does it contain that Ulysses intends to keep for himself and not share with them? Ithaca is almost in sight now. But on the 10th day, exhausted by his all-night vigils, Ulysses drifts off to sleep. This is just the moment the sailors were waiting for. As soon as they see that Ulysses has dozed off, they take down Aeolus' ox-hide bag. One of them slowly unties the cord that fastens it. A mighty tornado suddenly engulfs the ships, rips the sails, breaks off the masts, and blows the men overboard. And the winds, once again, unrelentingly, blow Ulysses and his remaining companions back out to sea, far away from Ithaca. The fleet drifts for days, carried along by the winds. It soon finds itself once again in front of Aeolus' island. Ulysses relates his misadventure to Aeolus and begs him to give him a favorable wind once again. But Aeolus' reaction is no longer the same. If Ulysses is the victim of all these misfortunes, it is because he is pursued by the wrath of an almighty God. And it is forbidden to help a man who has become the enemy of the gods. Ulysses is cursed. Aeolus may be right. Could it be that he is cursed? Ulysses and his men have been drifting on the seas since being chased by Aeolus, the keeper of the winds. Courage and hope have abandoned them. They are still subject to the anger of the god Poseidon, intent on avenging his son, Polyphemus the Cyclops, whom Ulysses blinded. While Ulysses incurs the wrath of the gods, his throne in Ithaca remains sadly empty. And yet, most of the Greek heroes have returned from the Trojan War, at least those spared by combat. Agamemnon, Menelaus, and the aged Nestor. Agamemnon has just been murdered by his wife Clytemnestra and his cousin Aegisthus during the banquet held to celebrate his homecoming. This news has put fear into all of Greece, but it is yet to reach the far-off island of Ithaca and the ears of she who, night and day, prays for the return of her husband, Penelope. For years, Penelope has received no news of Ulysses. She knows that the Trojan War lasted 10 years, but she also knows that moon after moon has come and gone since the return of the warriors, and Ulysses is still missing. For some time now, a rumor has been spreading that he's dead, that he perished on the way home when a violent storm broke up his fleet and sent it to the bottom of the sea. But Penelope lives on in hope. To the point that she is able to stand firm in the face of the band of young men who have recently invested the palace with the intent of marrying her. They're known as the suitors, young men born into noble families from Ithaca or its neighboring islands. They are the sons of Ulysses' loyal subjects. They swan around the palace courtyard, play games, dance, feast, and place bets on who will one day win the favors of Penelope. It's vital, they cry in unison, for Penelope to remarry for her own good. But their noble words disguise their ill-intentioned designs. For while each of them lusts after Penelope's bed, each dreams of possessing the kingdom of Ithaca. At just 12 years old, Telemachus has understood this. The son Ulysses left behind in Ithaca soon after his birth every day witnesses the aggressive arrogance with which the suitors roast the king's fattened pigs, skin his goats, and empty his amphorae of fine wines. He knows these men are eating into his inheritance as they wait for the day their swords will transpierce his flesh. For now, though, he is too young to resist. But in a few years' time, he will have the courage and strength to oust them from his father's palace. Every day, Penelope is harassed more and more by the suitors. They urge her to quickly decide which of them she will take as a husband. It seems that the queen cannot avoid another marriage. So, with the help of a faithful old nursemaid, one who watched Ulysses grow into a man and raised Telemachus, she thinks up a plan. To mislead the suitors, she kindles the hope of each by promising to marry him. But she demands that first she must be given the time to finish weaving a burial shroud for Ulysses' father, the old Laertes, for the day he finally descends into the kingdom of Hades. Laertes is the former king of Ithaca. Long ago, exhausted from ruling, he yielded his throne to his son. During Ulysses' absence, he unwillingly agreed to resume the reins of power. But after the Trojan War, he abandoned the throne once again. Worn out by years of anguish and fatigue, Laertes lost all interest in palace life. He now lives in a simple hut on a farm, cut off from the world. He is gradually letting himself die. Only Penelope is concerned about his fate and takes care of he who desires just one thing: to join his dead son. Penelope is renowned throughout Greece for her skill at weaving. So when she shows the patterns with highly complex motifs of scenes of the old man's life and the feats of gods and demigods, she warns the suitors that it would be impious not to wrap Laertes in a sumptuous burial shroud on the day of his death. As soon as she is finished, she will choose her future husband, but not before then. Reassured, the suitors agree to Penelope's demands and return to their banqueting. While Penelope returns to her chamber, she walks to the window and looks out into the distance. And what if Ulysses really were dead? No sooner does the thought enter her head than she shakes it off. No, Ulysses will return. As her fingers caress the shroud, her eyes light up. She has the solution in her own hands. Slowly, she begins to unweave the cloth, stitch by stitch. And thus, she spends her days weaving the ample shroud, and her nights unweaving it by torchlight. Maybe Aeolus was right. Ulysses is cursed. Since being pursued by the Keeper of the Winds, who gave them the means to finally return home by enclosing all the winds of the universe, the hero of 1,000 guiles and his men have found themselves facing storm after heavy storm. The island off which they have just run aground is totally unknown to them. Ulysses observes the landscape for a long time. Before them is a dense forest, and at the top of a hill, a palace built of polished stone. Perhaps they can find supplies there. Ulysses gives his orders. They are split into two parties. Eurylochus will lead the first party to the village in search of supplies, while Ulysses will wait on the shore with the second. For the very first time, Eurylochus, the ever-reasonable Eurylochus, disagrees with his king. It is out of the question. Since leaving Troy, they have been struck time and time again by misfortune. Who knows what creature lives up there and what it might inflict on them? But Pelides, Ulysses' second captain, approves. Ulysses senses revolt smoldering. In that case, he suggests they draw lots. Eurylochus agrees. But the draw favors Ulysses. Resigned to his fate, Eurylochus gestures to Pelides to join him, and with a dozen crewmen, they disappear into the dark forest. The small party reaches the village. It's deserted. Not a sound can be heard. Pelides heads towards the palace. It's superb, clearly the residence of a noble. But suddenly, the men are surrounded by a pack of wolves. There is no escape. Their fangs bared, their muscles taut, the wolves seem ready to spring. But then, all of a sudden, something very strange happens. Instead of attacking the men, the pack greets them. Tails wagging, tongues licking, and looking to be stroked, the wolves become as docile as pet dogs. Stupefied, the men are frozen to the spot. It's Pelides who gathers his courage, turns to the door, and this time knocks. When the door opens, it reveals the most beautiful woman he has ever seen. Her brown hair descends to her waist. Her almond-shaped eyes reflect with gold. Her face is perfect. She introduces herself. Her name is Circe. Mouths agape, the men follow Circe into her palace. All except one, Eurylochus. He's hiding behind a tree. The memory of the Cyclops is still too fresh in his mind, and however beautiful this woman may be, he doesn't trust her. He watches the scene from distance. Circe has the men sit down on magnificent chairs carved from silver and gold. Then, in goblets studded with rubies and emeralds, she serves them wine which, she tells them, is the best in all of Greece. None of them have the slightest idea of what awaits them. As they empty their goblets, Circe utters some words in a language they don't understand. The result is unexpected as it is stupefying. The sailors and soldiers of Ulysses, proud warriors and veterans of Troy, are no longer men, but pigs, swine. Suddenly they are on all fours, waggling their curly tails and sniffing the ground with their snouts. Circe bursts into laughter, orders the swine from her palace, and has them shut in a pen. Then she throws them acorns and beechnuts, just for the pleasure of watching them fight over food. From behind his tree, Eurylochus has seen everything. He finds the strength to snap himself out of his torpor and hurries back to the shore. In tears and still filled with stupor, he describes the events to Ulysses. Circe. Ulysses knows this name. Legends of Circe abound, each more terrifying than the next. It's said that even the gods fear the powers of Circe, daughter of Helios, god of the sun, and an unpitying sorceress. Circe once turned a nymph, the beautiful Scylla, into a sea monster. She saved her niece Medea, who murdered and dismembered her own brother, for which she was sentenced to death by Zeus. Only Circe had the power to purify her so that she could avoid her deadly fate. The words of Aeolus still echoed in Ulysses' mind. Cursed. Ulysses shakes off the fear that Circe instills in him. He asks Eurylochus to lead him to her, but meets with a blank refusal. No way is he going back to that witch's palace. Eurylochus begs Ulysses to flee with him, to sail away from this cursed island. But the king of Ithaca is determined. His bewitched men need him. Athena has done everything to protect Ulysses since he left Troy. But Zeus has expressly forbidden her from direct intervention, and he is watching her closely. So she decides to ask Hermes to fly as fast as he can to Ulysses' rescue. Hermes is the last born of the gods of Olympus. His father Zeus has charged him with being a kind of messenger between the gods and men. He also watches over travelers, over all those who have taken to the roads of this vast world. And this is why Athena turns to him. Maybe also because the goddess knows that Hermes loves to play tricks, to tease men and gods, to sow confusion. She knows that Hermes holds foolery and deception in high esteem. Perhaps he will enjoy doing what she asks of him, to help a man almost as skilled in trickery as he is. But Hermes is no fool and realizes that Athena is entrusting him with this mission in the hope that the gods will never get wind of the story. But he wonders. He knows that Olympus is divided, ready to implode should the quarrels between the divinities persist. Why should he help Ulysses? Why should he help Athena when it's well known she dreams only of opposing Poseidon? Athena reassures Hermes. The stakes far outweigh the quarrels between the goddess of reason and the god of the seas. Zeus, master of Olympus, has pronounced that Ulysses' life must be spared. He may suffer misfortunes of all kinds, but must not die. And if Ulysses goes alone to Circe's palace, he has no chance of coming out of there alive. Ulysses reaches a spot that gives him his first view of Circe's palace. Suddenly, a young man appears before him. Undoubtedly a shepherd or a goat herder. In a soft voice, he puts Ulysses on his guard. He knows Circe well. She is fearsome, but there is a way of beating her. Without ado, he unhooks a pouch from his belt and hands it to Ulysses. It contains a herb with a black root and a white flower. Ulysses has only to eat it and it will protect him. When Circe offers him a drink, he should accept without fear. Thanks to this herb, the witch's potion will have no effect on him. And when she takes her wand to curse him, he should take out his sword and approach her, as if he were intent on killing her. At first, she will be terrified, but then subjugated, and she will bend to his every wish. Then he should have her swear on all the gods not to kill him and to free his men. Ulysses listens attentively. Whether or not this young shepherd is telling the truth, he has nothing to lose. Circe is there in all her majesty. She invites Ulysses to sit on one of the chairs. A fascinated Ulysses accepts. She serves him her evil brew. Ulysses hesitates. For the briefest of instants, he wonders if what the shepherd said was true. Then he raises the goblet and drains every last drop. Circe raises her wand ready to strike. But she is frozen to the spot with surprise. Ulysses is still standing, sword drawn, threatening to run her through. Circe stares at him as if she were seeing a creature from another world. Never has a mere mortal resisted one of her potions. As she observes him, she begins to recognize his traits. It's Ulysses, the king of Ithaca, the hero of the Trojan War. While there are all number of legends about Circe, great tales tell of the feats of Ulysses. She knew he would show up here one day. The gods had forewarned her long ago. Shaken, Circe prostrates herself before Ulysses. She swears she will not harm him. She will fulfill his every wish, as long as he promises one night with her. Just one night. Ulysses consents, but on two conditions. One, that Circe swears on the gods not to take his life, and two, to return his unfortunate men to their true appearance and to free them. Circe swears. She opens the gates of the pen where Pelides and his men are enclosed and sprinkles them with a magic powder. They immediately find themselves human again. Circe begs their forgiveness and invites them to stay in her palace as long as they wish. She will serve them the finest of dishes, the sweetest of wines, and her maids will bow to their every desire. Ulysses orders Pelides to hurry back to the fleet and to return with Eurylochus and the rest of the men. Having endured so many travails while buffeted across hostile seas, here is a land finally offering hospitality. The whole crew must be reunited. One night, just one promised Ulysses. Unless his mind should forget for a while that he needs to get back home. For almost a year, Ulysses and his companions have been staying on Circe's island. Having faced terrible storms and wrecks orchestrated by Zeus and Poseidon, their days spent with the sorceress have been like a soothing balm applied to their wounds. It's a time for feasting and partying, meats galore and consoling wine. Ulysses and his men gradually forget their sad adventures and rediscover the same strong hearts which long ago had driven them to leave their homeland, the rocky island of Ithaca. After a year, when spring returns, Eurylochus and Pelides speak to their king on behalf of all the men. Gone is the time for sharing the bed of the witch with the flowing locks every night. It's time to leave. Their destiny is to return to the homes of their fathers. And for Ulysses, that of the beautiful Penelope, his son Telemachus, and, if the gods wish him a long life, his father Laertes. If it were up to Ulysses, he would willingly stay with the sorceress. After all, what good will it do to go home after so many years? Surely nobody believes they're still alive. But the pain and sorrow of his men tugs at his heart. He announces his departure to Circe. The witch goddess knew this day would come. She promised Ulysses on the night they met to free him and his men. She will thus keep her word. But there remains one big obstacle. The Greeks are lost. Before washing up on Circe's island, they had been buffeted in all directions on the seas. Today, they have no idea which course to set to return to Ithaca. Circe looks Ulysses in the eye. Does he truly believe that abandoning the daughter of the sun, a goddess with the powers of a witch, will take him back home? Alas, no. Circe tells him what she knows of his future. Not very much, to be honest, because not even the gods know what the fates have in store for them, let alone for mere mortals. But Ulysses' fate, if he leaves this island, is not to return to Ithaca. His route will lead him elsewhere, to a place that nobody wishes to enter before their time. A place to which only Circe knows the way. A terrifying place, the name of which is enough to fill anyone who hears it with fear. This place is ruled by the almighty Hades and his wife, the fearsome Persephone, the underworld. Ulysses' head spins. The underworld. The place of no return. The home of the dead, of wandering souls and shades, those who have been deserted by life forever. Has his time come? No, replies Circe. She tells him that long ago an oracle announced to her the coming of Ulysses and his departure one day for his homeland. The oracle specified that the route home could only be indicated to him by one man, Tiresias the prophet. But Tiresias is dead. Only his story remains. And this story Ulysses knows, like all the Greeks. Long ago, Tiresias was still just a young man when one day his route took him across Mount Satyrion in Arcadia. Along the way, he spotted two entwined snakes. The snakes were coupling. Maybe for fun, or maybe by carelessness, Tiresias struck the snakes with his staff, and the female died on the spot. At that very moment, Tiresias felt his body began to transform. Struck with fear, he began to witness his own metamorphosis, from a handsome young man into a woman. A very beautiful young woman. A very beautiful young woman with an unquenchable sexual appetite. So much so that she sold her charms throughout Greece, thus becoming the most famous prostitute in the land. 7 years later on her path, the beautiful Tiresias once again came across 2 copulating snakes. This time, she trampled on them, and this time, the male was killed. Tiresias immediately felt her body changing and became a man again. But Tiresias' life became truly complicated the day he was summoned by the gods. Hera was consistently reproaching her husband Zeus for his numerous infidelities. The god of gods had never denied these, and as everyone knows, he always proved himself to be more than capable, giving glorious children to beautiful mortal women across the world. No, Zeus denied nothing, but he defended his exploits by stating that when Hera shares his bed, she is left most sated, because clearly he claims, in the sexual act, the woman takes much more pleasure than the man. Hera exploded and rejected her husband's claims. It's the exact opposite. The man takes much more pleasure than the woman. The disagreement, fed by Hera's anger, soon became a quarrel. To settle the dispute, Zeus and Hera decided to ask the only living being which had lived as both a man and a woman, Tiresias. So there he was on Olympus, in the tribunal of the gods. Without doubt, Tiresias must know the answer to the question, as he had experienced the sexual act as 2 genders. But filled with fear, Tiresias trembled before the master of Olympus and sided with him. If pleasure were divided into 10 equal parts, then women obtain 9 and men only 1. Zeus was satisfied. But Hera was seething. She threw a curse on Tiresias, condemning his eyes to eternal darkness. The mortal who had seen the gods would never see them again. Zeus, accustomed to his wife's outbursts, dared not oppose her. But he found it unjust that Tiresias should pay so high a price for her anger. He is blind, so be it. But the god of gods gave him the gift of prophecy and a life that would extend over 7 generations. And thus, Tiresias, the blind prophet, crisscrossed all of Greece. He saw the heroes who would mark history with their feats come of age: Theseus in Athens, Heracles in Argos, Jason in Iolcus, and Oedipus in Thebes. But the 7 generations have passed, and Tiresias is no more. Circe confirms this. The blind prophet now resides in the realm of Hades, in the infamous underworld. It's there that Ulysses must go to consult with him. Only Tiresias can tell him how to return home to Ithaca, because Hades and his wife Persephone have allowed Tiresias, and him alone, to keep his wisdom and the gift of prophecy. The other dead are mere shades, and Ulysses should be wary of them. From the shore, Circe watches Ulysses' fleet sail off. She summons Boreas and Antiboreas, the 2 wind gods, which when they blow together send ships to the place, the name of which nobody can utter without trembling in fear: the gates of hell. Circe knows she will never set eyes on Ulysses again. Here they are nearing the place indicated by Circe, the mysterious land of the Cimmerians. Ulysses and his crew fall into silence as they contemplate a landscape of dead trees that look like wandering phantoms. The rays of the sun never reach here. There reigns over the entire region eternal night. Their faces betray their dread, a dread deep in their stomachs that none of them have ever felt, not even before the terrible battles against their Trojan enemy. The fleet sails up the river Ocean, the mother of all rivers, which rises from the hidden depths of Gaia, the Earth Mother, and which gives birth to all the other waterways across the world. Their progress is slow, never-ending. Putrid stenches mingle with the darkness. But soon, they reach the edge of a smoke-spewing abyss. Ulysses draws his sword and uses it to dig a ditch. Then he recites the prayer of the dead and makes an offering of 3 libations, as is the custom. He calls for Tiresias and promises him that the moment he reaches home in far-off Ithaca, he will sacrifice the finest ram from his flocks in his honor. Then, he seizes the immaculate ewe and lamb given to them by Circe and cuts their throats above the abyss. The blood flows down into the bowels of the earth, and the sound of mournful chanting rises with the swirls of sulfur-smelling smoke. One by one, the souls of the dead approach, gaunt and grimacing. They are young virgin girls, men and women in the prime of life, old men wasted by life, warriors still covered in blood, victims of the wrath of Ares. Ulysses conceals his fear. He orders his men to continue the sacrifice in honor of Tiresias. With his sword, he prevents the crowd of dead from approaching the blood spilled for the blind prophet. But the dead slowly surround the sailors. They're desperate to taste the dark blood of the sacrifice, which will bring back for a few fleeting instants a memory of their former life force. How dare he? The master of Olympus enters into one of his rages, feared even by the other gods and goddesses. Across the entire earth, the sky covers and darkness reigns. Zeus is furious. A mortal has just broken the sacred law that forbids a living soul from entering the underworld. What's more, he was invited by a goddess, Circe. And this impious soul is protected by an even more powerful goddess, his own daughter, Athena. And his last-born son, Hermes, has sided with her. No doubt Hades and Persephone are delighting in the fact that a mere mortal is defying Zeus. Never have the gods so openly bestowed such favors on a mortal. And to top it all, this mortal, Ulysses, is convinced the gods have failed men, that they have abandoned men, and that men, in return, should no longer expect anything from them. Ulysses represents a huge danger for the gods with his defiance and law-breaking. From Ulysses' hardened heart, fear and belief, until now inseparably linked so that the gods were revered, have vanished. And now, it's the very reign of the gods of Olympus that Ulysses has called into doubt by entering the underworld. To consult not with a god, but with the shade of a mere mortal to whom Zeus himself has afforded the gift of reading the future. Athena is not afraid of her father's anger. She explains to him that the visit to the underworld is a test, one of the many Ulysses has had to face on the demands of Zeus himself. As usual, she says, Zeus didn't want to adjudicate on the dispute between Athena and Poseidon regarding Ulysses. He agreed, as always, to a compromise. Faced with Poseidon, who desperately wants the death of Ulysses, and Athena, who wants his survival, Zeus preferred a halfway decision. Ulysses, he declared, will not die, but he will suffer like no man has ever suffered before. Let us allow Ulysses to continue his journey, insists Athena. It could be the best way to bring him back to the faith of his ancestors. If, as a mere mortal, he manages to pass through the underworld, if he is subjected once again to the terrible fate reserved for him by the sea, and if Athena and Hermes can watch over him and inspire in him new ruses to rediscover the route home, then it won't be to a blind prophet that he makes sacrifices, but to almighty gods, the Olympians, who have saved him from the misfortunes he has been victim to. His belief in the gods of Olympus will be reborn, stronger than ever. In the face of his daughter's pugnacity, Zeus once again gives up. Does he have any other choice? Sword in hand, Ulysses continues to prevent the dead from approaching the blood offered to Tiresias until he has appeared. But suddenly, he freezes. A silhouette has stepped out of the darkness. Ulysses can't believe his eyes, and yet there's no mistaking her, his mother, Anticlea. When he left for Troy more than 10 years ago, she was still alive. What is she doing here, now, in this dreadful place? Anticlea is also surprised. What is her son, who seems so full of life, doing here among the dead and the shades? So Ulysses begins to tell her of his wanderings across the seas and the reason for his presence in this foul place. Then he bombards her with questions. By which cruel fate did she find herself in the underworld? What news of his aged father Laertes, his wife Penelope, and his son Telemachus? Grief, replies Anticlea. Grief, regret, worry. It was Ulysses' absence that got the better of her. As for Penelope, there is no fear, at least not for the moment, because Penelope still loves him, is still waiting for him. She weeps every night when the ships return to port, hoping every time that one of them will bring news of him. Laertes is still alive, but weak and despondent. Unable to contain himself, Ulysses tries to embrace his mother, but barely has he stretched out his arms, then the shade of Anticlea vanishes like a dream. Finally, the shade of an old man appears above the others, wrapped in a cloak of mist. Tiresias. The blind prophet is holding a golden scepter. Ulysses steps forward, prudently, fearing that the figure, like the shade of his mother, might vanish forever. He begins to question the prophet. Tiresias replies, Poseidon cannot forgive Ulysses for blinding his son, the Cyclops Polyphemus. Zeus too is filled with rage. Ulysses has drawn their hostility. The route that will take him back to Ithaca passes the islands of the fearsome Sirens. Then the rocks Scylla and Charybdis, two sea monsters that devour any ships that approach them. Ulysses can take this route and survive it, if he remembers that he's a man of 1,000 guiles, the man of many strategies. Then his fleet can harbor off the island of Thrinacia. There, they will see magnificent herds of cattle grazing in meadows. They belong to Helios, the god of the sun. He must not lay a finger on them under any circumstances, or terrible, irremediable misfortunes will befall them. They will all die, one by one, and his entire fleet will be sunk. If, by a miracle, Ulysses manages to escape, he will reach Ithaca, but alone. And once there, he will be stricken with further misfortunes. Ulysses listens in silence. He will follow Tiresias' instructions to the letter. But regarding the curses of the gods, he merely shrugs his shoulders. Since the terrible Trojan War, the gods no longer have the powers that Tiresias claims. They belong to a bygone world. Suddenly, a deep rumble rises from below. Tiresias is struck with fear. The dead rush in all directions in panic, as if some dangerous evil were rearing its ugly head. Because they know full well, in the depths of hell, live things more terrifying than the gods. Creatures of old that can be awoken by a simple shrug of a mortal's shoulders. On the edge of the abyss that leads to the underworld, Ulysses keeps the advancing specters at a distance. He has seen the shadow of his mother and spoken to the blind prophet of Apollo, Tiresias, who showed him the route to follow back to his homeland of Ithaca. Then all of a sudden, the gathered souls flee in panic. Ulysses knows that no mortal is permitted to enter the kingdom of the dead. Circe, the enchantress who sent him here, told him this many times. But an invisible force seems to push him towards the abyss down which the dead have vanished. A force that has always driven him, his curiosity. Ulysses signals to his companions to wait for him. Then he descends, slowly. Through the moldy darkness, towards the bottom of the terrifying abyss. Suddenly, a man appears before him. He instantly recognizes him. Agamemnon, the one they called the King of Kings. or rather, the shade of Agamemnon of Mycenae, the great warrior who laid Troy to ruins. Ulysses fought aside him for almost 10 years. Since then, Agamemnon had died. But how? Ulysses wants to know by which cruel death Agamemnon was tamed. He can't help feeling sorry for the old king, this pillager of cities, this slayer of innocence. So Agamemnon begins telling Ulysses about his death, inside his own home, on the night of his homecoming. About how his wife, Clytemnestra, who had taken his own cousin Aegisthus as her lover, had had the king and all his companions murdered. He also tells Ulysses how he was recently avenged by his son, Orestes. Orestes, the son of Agamemnon, is today the same age as Telemachus, the son of Ulysses. An age to avenge one's father. And Orestes had killed the ill-fated couple, his own mother, Clytemnestra, and her lover Aegisthus. But Zeus refused to pardon such a crime and unleashed the Erinyes on Orestes, the fearsome Furies, with the heads of dogs and hair of snakes, who unrelentingly pursue their prey, barking and armed with brass-studded scourges, until their demented victim dies in torment. Agamemnon tells Ulysses to beware. When he finally makes it back to Ithaca, he must not show himself. He must arrive in disguise, or else he'll meet the same fate as the King of Kings. But Agamemnon isn't alone. Another shade appears before Ulysses, that of Ajax. Then, those of the three famous captains who had fought before the walls of Troy: Antilochus, Patroclus, and Achilles. Achilles, the most glorious of warriors ever known to the world. Achilles, whose anger provoked the fall of Troy. Achilles, whose name and cruelty inspired fear in the dead themselves. But the force and vigor that once drove the great warrior have vanished. He whom the Greeks honor as a god is no more than a specter addressing Ulysses like a madman. How dare you, a living soul, enter the prison of Hades, the abode of the dead deprived of all? Achilles and Ulysses once again facing off. Ulysses wants to reassure his old companion. On earth, no one has forgotten his courage, and songs of his feats will be sung for eternity. His name will be forever etched into the memories of men. And even here, in the underworld, he will continue to inspire fear and respect. He should regret nothing, not even life, because among all men, Achilles is and forever will be the most famous. Achilles casts aside Ulysses' praises. There's no point in trying to sweeten death. What does Ulysses know of death? Now he's in the world of Hades. Achilles constantly bears the terrible weight of the choice he had to make. To live a long, peaceful life and gradually be forgotten by all, or to die young having conquered fame for eternity. And he chose to die as a young man in order to open up the gates to fame. If only he had known. fame has meaning only in the light of day. Today, Achilles would prefer to be up on earth, living a good life, that of a peasant, that of a servant, even that of a slave. Anything as long as he's alive with his people, rather than reigning here among the dead without substance. Achilles shows Ulysses the shapes surrounding them. They are the glorious dead of the past, those who perished in the Trojan War, but also the great kings of old, like Minos, king of Crete, Orion, said to be the most handsome man to have ever lived, Sisyphus, prey to his eternal torments, Oedipus, the king turned beggar who blinded himself as punishment for his involuntary crimes. And so many others. Sad and immobile, all these dead souls groan as they dwell on their woes. No, Achilles wishes on no man this fame which, for sure, lives on in the memory but has plunged him into nothingness without ever having experienced the joys of being loved. Ulysses reluctantly pulls himself away from this nevertheless fascinating spectacle. It's time to return to his ship, before Persephone or Hades unleash some hellish creature on him to drag him down into the depths of oblivion. The decks of the ships fall into complete silence. Ulysses' crewmen will never forget what they have just experienced. The wails and rattling chains still ring in their ears. Ulysses' thoughts are still with Achilles, Agamemnon, Ajax, Patroclus, and all those valiant warriors reduced to shades, languishing for eternity. So this is how the gods reward great feats, bravery, and honor? By shutting them away in a prison of darkness? The gods are clearly unjust. Eurylochus snaps Ulysses out of his thoughts. The wind has dropped. The sea is flat beneath a blazing sun. The fleet is immobile, stuck, on the very spot, they say, where the sirens live. The sirens. Tiresias had warned Ulysses that to escape from them, he would have to come up with new tricks. All sailors know the legend of the sirens. It's said their song is the most enchanting one will ever hear, with a sound so pure, so perfect, and so divine that no man can resist it. The sirens appear sometimes as bird women, sometimes as fish women. Their bust is that of the most beautiful of goddesses and surmounts a single shimmering fin, or is otherwise equipped with brilliantly colored wings which enable them to fly. Their songs inspire love and desire in those who hear them, and he who does immediately dives into the sea to join them. It's only then that these young beauties show their true faces. They metamorphose into hideous, terrifying creatures with razor-sharp fangs and flaming eyes. They drag their prey down to the seabed and devour it. In the depths of the abyss stands the palace of these fairy-faced witches, constructed with the bones of the misfortunate, unburied sailors seduced by the song of the sirens. Ulysses has further reason to fear these creatures. They swear obedience to Poseidon. And Poseidon is intent on putting an end to the Odyssey of Ulysses and his companions. On the day they set sail, Circe has told Ulysses about the sirens, these evil, merciless divinities. So as not to fall foul of their deceitful song, the enchantress told Ulysses to take on board wax with which to plug his and his crewmen's ears. That way, none of them would hear the irresistible song of the sirens. Furthermore, his men should take to the oars and row like nothing can stop them. Eurylochus, faithful to the enchantress's instructions, orders the sails to be furled and that each man takes to an oar. Then Ulysses has the wax melted and hands it out to his men. But when his turn comes, he refuses to plug his ears. He wants to hear the song of the sirens he's heard so much about. He wants to know what words and what tunes they use to make even the most impassive of mortals lose their minds. Eurylochus and Pylades and all the companions of Ulysses try to reason with him. Have you lost your mind? So many times his incurable curiosity has almost cost them their lives. But this time, he's going too far. But Ulysses has a plan, which he explains to his crew. They must tie him firmly to the mast of his ship. Then everyone else must plug their ears with the melted wax. If they see him begging them to untie him by reading his lips, then they should tighten the rope even more and ignore anything he orders them to do. The men dutifully obey him, and at that instant, the waves begin to sing out with an enchanting song. What Ulysses hears is heartbreaking. The sirens sing of the suffering experienced before the walls of Troy. The suffering endured in Ithaca by his wife Penelope and their son Telemachus, abandoned by a husband and father who has become a wanderer. The suffering of old Laertes, distraught over the absence of his son. The sirens promise Ulysses that if he joins them, they will return him to his loved ones and he will leave with new knowledge. Overcome by the song of the sirens, Ulysses begins to struggle. He tries to break free of his bonds and stares into their eyes as they flatter him and make their sweet promises. Ulysses beseeches his men, orders them, threatens them. But on deck, no one hears him. Just as he ordered, every sailor has plugged his ears and is rowing in rhythm, as deaf to the song of the sirens as they are to the pleas of their king. Eurylochus orders his men to tighten Ulysses' ropes until he bleeds if need be, while the oars strike the sea with more force than ever. Row as fast as possible, as swift as the hawk, Circe, the enchantress, had said. As they get further away from the rock of the Sirens, their song grows fainter. Ulysses hears their last cries as they see their prey escaping. Then slowly, silence returns. But barely are they out of the sight of the Sirens' rock, then mists cover the sea. Whirlpools form around the hulls, and once again the winds get up. Poseidon, furious that Ulysses has escaped from the Sirens, provokes currents that sweep the fleet towards two tall masses of rock. The first is fatal to ships. The second, no vessel that has reached it has ever escaped. They are Scylla and Charybdis. These two monumental rocks are, in fact, terrifying monsters. Charybdis wasn't always a gigantic mass of clashing rocks, which smashes to smithereens any ship pushed close by the winds and currents. Long ago, Charybdis was a goddess. Charybdis was born of the love between Poseidon and his own mother, Gaia, the Earth. She was a young woman, neither prettier nor uglier than any other. But one day, for some unknown reason, she began devouring any living being that passed. Animals, children, men, women. Nothing or nobody found pity in her eyes. Zeus, exasperated by her sudden change in behavior, decided to punish her. He struck her with one of his thunderbolts and flung her into the sea, where she became what she is today, a hideous being, at one with the rocks, which sailors refer to as the Wandering Rocks. Three times a day, the Wandering Rocks of Charybdis drink in vast quantities of seawater, sucking in anything floating nearby, ships and marine life. Even birds avoid flying over the area. When strong currents threaten to drag their vessels onto the fearsome rocks, helmsmen try everything they can to divert their course. And if, by some miracle or great skill, they manage, they merely find themselves in the clutches of an even worse danger, one which they had failed to anticipate, that of Scylla. Scylla also lives on a rock, a stone's throw from Charybdis. She's invisible because she only springs from the sea when the ships pass within her reach. Terrifying and immense, she is so tall that she brushes the sky, causing gusts capable of capsizing even the best-built ships. Scylla is not only a rock, so smooth that no mortal can grip nor climb. She's also a monster whose path even the gods, including Poseidon, fear to cross. She has 12 deformed legs, 6 long necks and 6 heads, each with 3 rows of razor-sharp fangs. Once, Scylla, like Charybdis, was a woman, a nymph whose great beauty would be her downfall. One day she crossed the path of Glaucus. He was an ugly, deformed fisherman. But by some twist of fate, or perhaps on the permission of Poseidon, He had eaten a magical herb which had made him immortal. On seeing the lovely nymph, he fell head over heels in love. But Scylla rejected his advances. So Glaucus asked Circe, famous for her magical powers, to make him a love potion. Alas, Circe's heart beat ardently for Glaucus, and her jealousy made her commit an irremediable act. Instead of a love potion, Circe gave Glaucus a poison, and the poor soul, believing in a happy conclusion, poured the deadly brew into the fountain where Scylla regularly bathed. A victim of her rival, the nymph was turned into the abominable creature that still haunts the seas today. To the misfortune of Ulysses and his men, Scylla and Charybdis live facing each other, a mere arrow's flight apart. Before Charybdis, spewing out the ocean to seemingly suck ships back in, Eurylochus orders his crew to come about and sail right into the abyss. But Ulysses knows that Scylla will soon rise from the waters and smash them to pieces. Once again, Ulysses decides to follow Circe's advice. To avoid being shipwrecked, the trick is to sail right between the two dangers. The fleet must hold its line and sail straight on. The crew can't believe their eyes. Ulysses is surely suicidal. The ships sail straight at the Black Rock, the abode of Charybdis. The horrible creature can be seen greedily swallowing up seawater and spewing it back out at the fleet, before starting again, over and over. Ulysses' ships look like tiny boats made from walnut shells, about to be sucked in and crushed by the rock-featured monster. On board Ulysses' ship, the crew is in total panic. Scylla and Charybdis, the two most formidable monsters in all the oceans, have been unleashed. Despite being paralyzed by fear, Ulysses follows the instructions given to him by the sorceress Circe to the letter. Stay on course and slip between the rocks threatening to crush you. If you try to escape, you will immediately fall into Scylla's clutches and be torn apart by a monster even more fearsome than Charybdis. The helmsman grips the tiller tightly, while Ulysses' ship, battered by the waves, slides between the wandering rocks, quickly followed by the others. Transfixed by the rocks that threaten to close in on them and crush them, the men aboard the ships bringing up the rear keep their eyes glued to Charybdis, so much so that they forget Scylla, still lurking nearby. In a flash, the monster leaps from the waves at the very spot where the last ships of Ulysses' fleet are positioned, shattering them into 1,000 pieces. Its roars drown out the cries of horror from the sailors as its hideous limbs grab them and lacerate them. On the leading ship, Ulysses and his companions look back helplessly as their men are killed and the 3 ships are shattered into 1,000 pieces. The unfortunate companions, who will never again see Ithaca, howl with terror as Scylla devours them before plunging back into the depths. Ulysses' fleet, now very small, is barely moving. The wind pushes Ulysses and his companions to another nearby island. All fear that some new spell will be unleashed on them. But their hopes are rekindled when they discover that the island is covered by green meadows, with beautiful herds of cattle and sheep grazing through them. The island seems a welcoming place, far from the monsters and storms. Perhaps it will finally be a haven of peace in the heart of their Odyssey. Ulysses, however, is reluctant to step ashore. This is the Trident Island, home of the herds belonging to the god Helios. A disconsolate Ulysses recalls the warning given to him by Tiresias, the blind soothsayer he met in hell. In indicating to him the route he should take back to his home in Ithaca, Tiresias warned that great danger awaited him on Trident Island. Under no circumstances should Ulysses and his men raise their hands to the splendid herds they see grazing there, because they belong to Helios, the sun god. And if they do, a terrible and irreversible fate awaits them. For all will die in agony, and all their ships will be destroyed. And if, by some miracle, Ulysses manages to escape, he will return to Ithaca alone. And once home, he will be overwhelmed with new sorrows. This time, Ulysses is determined to be cautious. He gathers his companions and reports to them, with no omissions, the soothsayer's warnings. To avoid temptation and avoid risk, he decides that they should not disembark and continue on their way. Ulysses' speech causes uproar among his crews. His men can take no more. They have had to face the Sirens, as well as Scylla and Charybdis, while 3 of their ships have been swallowed up along with all the valiant men on board. Ulysses must have an iron body and a cruel heart to deny his men a little calm and respite. After all they have just been through, they are eager to rest. And this hospitable Trident Island, home of the sun god, welcomes them with open arms. Even Eurylochus and Pylades, the most faithful of the faithful among the crews, join in the sailors' protests against Ulysses. Ulysses then, exhausted, admits defeat. But he makes his men swear never to touch the herds of Helios. The sailors duly take a solemn oath before dropping anchor and disembarking on the shore. Around them, the herds of Helios, the fatted calves, cows, sheep, and lambs, are resplendent and a sight to behold. The sailors go on their way. They light fires and pitch tents. With the wind stubbornly refusing to rise, a month later, they are still on the island. Day after day, they share out the last food reserves provided by Circe. Their provisions are beginning to run low. and diminish further as time passes. Soon, they will have nothing left. So they decided to go in search of fruit and berries, or hunt birds to provide sustenance. Ulysses distances himself from the group. He needs to be alone. He goes into the forest. He thinks about Penelope, his wife, and about Telemachus, his son, whose memory was revived by the melancholic songs of the sirens. Exhausted, he collapses at the foot of a tree and sleeps. When he awakes, there is total silence all around. Not a sound. Intrigued, Ulysses hurries to the shore. Something surprises him. He can no longer hear the lowing of the cows with their broad foreheads, nor the bleating of the fat ewes with their heavy coats. As he approaches his ships, a sweet aroma fills the air. The scene that greets him chills his blood. His men are roasting large thighs, burning the fat of dozens of slaughtered animals, gorging on flayed, chopped, skewered meat. The beasts of the sun god. Ulysses falls to his knees. Before chastising his men, he first addresses the immortal gods who plunged Ulysses into a deep sleep for his sins, so that he could not prevent his crew from committing this outrage. Perfidious gods, unjust gods. Ulysses approaches his captains, Eurylochus and Pylades. He's in a fury, ready to mete out punishment. But Eurylochus eyes him with disdain. Yes, it was he who set his men on this fateful undertaking. He repeats to Ulysses the words he uttered the previous day. Hunger churns their bellies. There is nothing left of the food they had stockpiled on the ships. So they hunted the oxen of the sun god, offering him the best cuts and feeding on the rest before making provisions for the long journey home. Once in Ithaca, they will erect a temple to Helios and make him magnificent offerings. The sun god will understand. But should he bear a grudge and seek to destroy their ships, the crews would prefer to die suddenly on the waves rather than perish of famine on this deserted island. For while all death is abhorrent, death by hunger is most to be dreaded. Ulysses is about to reply, but suddenly freezes. As the bones of the slaughtered animals begin to move and crawl towards them, accompanied by the ghastly sound of scraps of flesh rattling on the spits. Frightened by this new spectacle, the men rush to board their ships, raise the masts, set sail, and haul up the anchors and cast off. The gods that inhabit the heavens report the whole scene to Helios, the sun god. His magnificent herds have been hunted by the sailors of Ithaca, then surrounded, decimated, and grilled. Helios is one of the last of the Titans, once at war with Zeus and defeated by the Olympians. Zeus preserved his powers and prerogatives, and every morning Helios soars into the sky in his chariot, drawn by 4 winged horses, and spreads the heat of the sun onto the earth, until his chariot disappears over the horizon to the west, into the land of the Hesperides, where night falls. Helios bursts onto Olympus, He demands that Zeus make Ulysses and his companions pay for the slaughter of his cattle. Has Zeus forgotten that each of these sacred beasts symbolizes a day of the year? There were 365 in the meadows of Trident Island, one per day and per night. If a single one goes missing, as Zeus well knows, the order of the days will be disturbed. But here, carnage ensued, and all were massacred. Athena stands between the sun god and the god of gods. Ulysses, she reminds him, is under her protection. Nothing can happen to him. Helios immediately cuts her off. If the daughter of Zeus dares to oppose him, if these criminals are not struck down by a just punishment, then he, Helios, god of the sun, will cease to shine on the earth. He will rally to the one who then becomes the true master of this world where nothing lives, Hades. And he will shine for the dead, not the living, plunging the world of mortals into eternal darkness. At these words, Zeus stands up. It seems Ulysses poses another threat to Olympus. The kingdom of the gods is already divided, with the deities who supported the Trojans refusing to reappear there. He cannot tolerate other deities taking the side of his brother, Hades. He cannot accept eternal night descending on the world of mortals to appease the vengeance of Helios. The order of the world, which took so many centuries to establish, is on the verge of faltering, and his kingdom of sinking into endless chaos. With a wave of the hand, Zeus calms the Titan. On this occasion, Ulysses will pay. A ruthless punishment, demands Helios. Yes, a ruthless punishment. Zeus brandishes his aegis, and a terrifying roar resonates through Olympus, shaking the mountains on earth and the walls of the strongest citadels. Just then, raging gusts of wind rip out the stays holding the ship's masts, which tumble to the deck, smashing the helmsman's head. The sea is wild. Lightning strikes Ulysses' ship. One after the other, the sailors are dashed overboard. Ulysses watches as Eurylochus and Pylades are carried off by an enormous wave. This time, their fate is sealed. Then, a huge wall of water rises up and sweeps him into the ocean's depths. The accursed winds carry Ulysses adrift, bringing him back a few fathoms from Scylla and Charybdis. Frozen with terror, Ulysses considers letting go and sinking into the depths. Anything rather than be crushed and torn to pieces by those repulsive creatures. But the current carries him away. And for 9 days and 9 nights, Ulysses drifts across the sea, driven by the deadly winds. At dawn on the 10th day, when he can cling on no longer, the waves wash him up onto the beach of an unknown shore. His strength exhausted, Ulysses loses consciousness. A young woman is leaning over Ulysses. She's the most beautiful woman the king of Ithaca has ever seen. Her blonde curls cascade down her bare back. Around her is a fine sandy beach and clear blue waters. The scent of cedar and cypress rouses him from his torpor. With tender movements, the young woman helps Ulysses to his feet. She smiles shyly and tells him her name is Calypso. Ulysses immediately falls under her spell. Calypso has ruled over this island since time immemorial. She is the daughter of a god, Atlas, one of the Titans, who once ruled over the mysterious Atlantis and who today carries the world on his shoulders. In his glory days, Atlas gave his daughter this remote island, lost at the ends of the earth, far from mortal men. The moment she sees Ulysses, she falls hopelessly in love with him. She takes him into her home, feeds him, and comforts him. She gives him everything a man could possibly want from such a beautiful, sweet, and tender woman. And Ulysses, exhausted by his many tribulations, accepts her generous welcome. Calypso's beauty astonishes him. He is overwhelmed by the tender care she lavishes upon him. He never dreamed that such an island could exist. It was as if nature had deposited all the splendors of the world there. Ulysses loves Calypso, and Calypso loves Ulysses. The force between them exceeds anything the gods can imagine. The force of inevitability, more powerful still than the force of desire that draws them irresistibly together. The weeks go by, then the months. The hours Ulysses and Calypso spend together are filled with wonder. One day, Calypso takes her lover to one of the most beautiful beaches on the island. There, she vows to love him forever. And as a token of her love, she offers him immortality. Calypso is herself immortal by nature. The sources, caves, and beaches on the island obey her, and she has made them places of happiness and bliss. But what will she do with all this beauty once age has taken her beloved Ulysses away from her? She can offer him what she believes every man desires more than anything else: immortality. Any man would surely wish for it. Ulysses, though, is uncomfortable with the idea. Immortality. He immediately recalls his friend Achilles, who accepted death in the prime of his life in exchange for immortal glory, and who now bitterly regrets his choice as his shadow wanders the world of the dead. But another memory obsesses Ulysses, that of a prince named Tithonus. The story is well known to mortals. Tithonus was a young man of outstanding beauty, so beautiful that the goddess of dawn, Eos, fell madly in love with him. One fine morning, she abducted him and took him away to her kingdom. But only goddesses and gods can live forever, not mere mortals. Eos lived a whole year, then another alongside her handsome prince. One day, she noticed a wrinkle, then a crease in his skin, then a hair starting to turn white, and another falling out. She went to Olympus and begged Zeus to make her beautiful lover immortal. Immortality granted to a mortal? The master of Olympus had no appetite for changing the natural order of things. To the gods, immortality. To men, a brief existence. That's all. But Eos was so persuasive that Zeus was eager to please her, while at the same time punishing her for seeking to transgress the divine order. The god of gods therefore granted immortality to Tithonus. He would live forever and never die. But Eos had neglected to ask Zeus that his immortality be associated with eternal youth. Day after day, the unfortunate Tithonus wasted away. He lost his beautiful hair and his teeth. His skin withered, his strength abandoned him, and he grew older and older without ever dying. And now, the fate of Tithonus, withering endlessly for hundreds of years, gives Ulysses pause for thought. Does he really want immortality? What if the immortality sought by so many daring men was just a trap? Ulysses prefers his own fate, especially right now, in the arms of a woman as beautiful and devoted as Calypso. From atop Olympus, none of these exchanges are lost on Athena. And for the first time, the goddess senses a threat that she did not anticipate. By turning down the immortality offered by Calypso, Ulysses is simply refusing to be associated with the gods and goddesses. By preferring his status as a mere mortal, Ulysses is distancing himself from the world of the immortal gods. Which fate, then, is the more enviable? To endlessly live the same stories forever? Or to taste life's joys and pleasures, knowing that they will not last? Athena knows that the time has come to settle this question. The very future of gods and men may depend on it. But for now, Ulysses forgets that he is king of Ithaca. He enjoys his newfound peace of mind and yields with confidence and joy to Calypso's caresses. But for how much longer? Hours, days, years go by on Calypso's faraway island. For 7 years now, Ulysses has lived with the nymph, daughter of the god Atlas, far away from Ithaca and his family. 7 years that this island has been his whole universe. 7 years since he disappeared from the world of men. In this existence, where each day is the same as the one before, Ulysses' every need is satisfied by Calypso, who lavishes him with attention. In the flower-lined cave that serves as his home, Calypso offers him everything he desires. Nothing is too good to keep the one she loves more than anything by her side. But as he revels in this life of pleasure, a strange feeling overcomes Ulysses. It's not sadness exactly, nor grief, yet it's a bit of both. He isolates himself, spends hours gazing out to sea, his face devoid of expression. A strange ache fills his heart. Homesickness. On this island where every pleasure is at his fingertips, Ulysses dreams of his home Ithaca, of his wife Penelope, of his son Telemachus. There is one feeling that is shared by both the immortal gods and men: torment. As evidenced by the brooding expression on the face of the master of Olympus sitting in his deserted palace. A few feet away, his daughter Athena observes him in silence. Her mood is hardly better than that of her father. It's once again a question of Ulysses' fate. Ulysses, whom she has never ceased to protect, in spite of Zeus, and often in spite of the man himself. It has been 7 years now that Ulysses has been held captive by the nymph Calypso, who uses her formidable charms to keep him by her side. Athena rages against the goddess who has dared to offer her lover immortality. She has overstepped her rights. Calypso is a goddess, yes, but it is not for her to offer immortality to a mortal. No god has this power except Zeus, the god of all gods. To claim the opposite is to challenge Zeus, the master of Olympus. Zeus explodes. So it's now come to who is going to challenge the master of Olympus the most. Because Ulysses, with each passing day, turns further and further away from the gods. He speaks blasphemous words against them, words that no mortal has ever dared utter. And meanwhile, Poseidon and Helios, the gods offended by Ulysses, clamor for revenge. They threaten Zeus with violent reprisals if they don't obtain satisfaction. It is all this that is the source of Zeus's torment. Calypso's disobedience, the threat of an open war with Poseidon and Helios, and more importantly, the state of ungodliness into which Ulysses is gradually sinking as Calypso offers him a life of easy pleasures. The gods owe their existence to the mortals' belief in them. If this belief dies, then the gods will become powerless, including Zeus. He knows this. Athena, once again, pleads the cause of Ulysses, her protege. If the gods decided to help Ulysses leave Calypso and return home to Ithaca, then he would regain the faith that has been steadily wavering since he left the smoldering ruins of Troy. Once again, Athena manages to be persuasive. Zeus finally gives in to his favorite daughter. So be it then. Let Ulysses return to his rock and his goats. The god Hermes appears in Calypso's cave. She recognized him as soon as he crossed the threshold, but his presence here surprises her. The gods never visit Calypso. Hermes tells her about the mission entrusted to him by Zeus. It's on his orders that he's here. The god of all gods is furious that Calypso has dared to offer immortality to her handsome lover, and he urges her to set him free. A deep sadness overcomes the goddess. Hermes adds that it is impossible for a god to go against the decisions of the master of Olympus. Calypso must submit and let Ulysses return to his home. The decisions of the master of Olympus. Calypso would like to answer that these have been contested regularly for centuries by his own wife, Hera, by his own brother, Poseidon, by his own children, Ares, the god of war, and by the divine twins, Apollo and Artemis, who now refuse to appear on Mount Olympus. They've all challenged the decisions of the master of Olympus. But she holds her tongue. Calypso stifles her sobs. She shares with Hermes the terrible sense of injustice she feels. Wasn't it she who saved this man when he was alone on his keel after Zeus himself, to please Poseidon, still thirsty for human life, had struck his ship with a lightning bolt? But she will obey Zeus's decree, for her mind is righteous and her soul full of pity for the man she loves, in whom she wanted to make her immortal husband. Calypso joins Ulysses on the shore. First of all, she tells him that she is obeying the highest of all authorities, against her will. But she immediately warns him. If he knew all the misfortunes fate had in store for him before he reaches home, he would choose to stay with her. Choose. Ulysses can choose. Life is sweet with Calypso, but he misses his wife Penelope as much as his son Telemachus and his homeland, Ithaca. So, Ulysses chooses. He will leave. With a heavy heart, Calypso accepts her lover's choice. She even explains to Ulysses how he can build a boat. Ulysses builds his boat in 4 days. And the goddess herself weaves him a sail, which he fixes to the mast hewn from olive wood. Calypso then gifts Ulysses with perfumes and food. Faithful to the promise she made to her god, she lets the man she loves sail out to sea, to brave the waves once again. With a gesture of her hand, the goddess causes a mild, harmless wind to rise, and the boat sets off at full sail away from the lagoon, away from Calypso's island. Ulysses is euphoric, intoxicated by his newfound freedom. He opens up his sail to the breeze, stands at the helm and mans it day and night. For 17 days he sails on the high seas. And on the 18th day, the misty mountain tops of Phaeacia come into view. Ithaca isn't far away now. From the bow, Ulysses scans the horizon for reefs, sea serpents, and other dangers. But nothing shows itself other than the familiar coasts of the land of the Phaeacians. It's at this moment that Poseidon, the earth shaker, spots Ulysses' skiff. His rage intensifies. His resentful soul has not forgotten the affront he has suffered. Raising his trident, Poseidon covers the sky and sea with darkness. Mighty winds start blowing all around Ulysses' vessel. Soon, the terrible storm breaks off the mast and the sail falls into the depths of the sea. Ulysses is trapped underwater for several long minutes. For 2 days and 2 nights, Ulysses drifts, clinging onto a beam. No port is in sight, no cove or bay, nothing but spurs, rocks, cliffs, and all around him, the raging sea. But just as he's about to be crushed by the breakers, his course is suddenly diverted, and he lands on a beach. With his last remaining ounce of strength, Ulysses crawls onto the sand, then collapses, exhausted among the reeds. When Ulysses regains consciousness, the first thing he sees is a small ball that has just rolled against him. Some young maidens are staring at him, speechless with surprise. When he makes a movement to get up, they quickly run away. Has he become so terrifying then? Ulysses slowly stands up. He takes a few steps through the brush, and there suddenly finds himself face to face with another young woman of striking beauty. Their eyes meet. She turns her head away. Ulysses then realizes that he is naked, bloody, and mud-stained. The young woman is not troubled, however. She introduces herself. She's Nausicaa, daughter of Alcinous, king of the Phaeacians. She lectures her young servants. This stranger is not an enemy, otherwise he would have come armed, accompanied by warriors. They must respect the sacred duty of hospitality because all foreigners come from Zeus. Nausicaa orders her attendants to take this beggar-like castaway to the river to wash him and provide him with clothes. At the same moment, a ship sails towards Ithaca. It's that of Telemachus, the son of Ulysses. He's returning home after a visit to Sparta to meet with King Menelaus, hero of the Trojan War. But Telemachus is not heading for the port. On the contrary, he's circling around the island because on the way back, the goddess Athena appeared to Telemachus in a dream. Or was it Hermes, the god of travelers? Telemachus doesn't know. When he woke up, he remembered only one thing. The dream had informed him that the suitors who have besieged Ithaca and dreamed of taking Ulysses' place have decided to ambush and kill him. At nightfall, Telemachus sneaks into his father's palace. He knows all the entrances and exits and how not to be seen. Through a side door, he reaches his mother's room. Penelope is in there, sitting at her loom. To fend off the suitors' advances, she has assured them that she will marry one of them once her weaving work is completed. And each evening, she unravels the work she's done during the day. Telemachus is eager to reveal to his mother what Menelaus told him. Ulysses is alive, captive of the vast sea, but he will return. Penelope doesn't dare believe it. She reprimands her son for his recklessness, for leaving without consulting her. Telemachus flares up. He is no longer a child. He flaunts his virility. Didn't he get home safe and sound, outwitting them all? He doesn't need his mother's permission to take out a boat, which he adds is part of his inheritance. an inheritance that she seems incapable of defending and that the suitors are in the process of squandering. Telemachus's reproaches are those of a child who wants to assert his authority as the son of a king and take over the reins of power. Penelope understands this. She says nothing. She's worried about her son's fate. He must hide, escape the trap the suitors will set for him. There's a place in the woods of Ithaca where he will be safe. No one will think of looking for him there. It's a pigsty. Ulysses has been bathed in the river by Nausicaa's handmaidens. They gave him some cloth to clothe himself with, and he is now on his way to the palace. He has to convince King Alcinous to help him get back to Ithaca. Nausicaa takes him to her parents, the king and queen. Ulysses kneels before Alcinous. He has been sailing the seas for years, and a storm brought him to this island. Princess Nausicaa was kind enough to rescue him. He now wants only one thing: to return to his homeland as soon as possible. If such were his will, King Alcinous could help him. Alcinous invites the castaway to eat at his table, in accordance with the laws of hospitality. But throughout the banquet, Alcinous studies the stranger with suspicion. Who is he? From which land does he come? What are his true intentions for coming all the way out here? As for Ulysses, he tries to think of a plan that would enable him to gain the king's trust. It's then that a man starts to speak. He is old. He is blind. Someone whispers his name in Ulysses' ear. He is an Aedos, a poet from the city of Chios. In a soft voice, he begins to tell the guests the long story of the Trojan War. As the Aedos recites what he calls the Iliad, a deep melancholy descends on Ulysses. King Alcinous notices this. He never takes his eyes off his mysterious guest. When the Aedos recounts in perfect verse the death of Patroclus and the pain of Achilles, Alcinous abruptly stops him. He has seen the tears rolling down the castaway's face. Alcinous demands to know his name and his story, who he seems so pained at the mention of those of the glorious heroes of Greece. Ulysses wipes away the tears running down his cheeks and that he cannot hide. It's no longer a time for evasion and ruse. There is only one way out: to retell the Aedos' story in detail, to tell his own story. So he turns to face Alcinous and tells him his name: Ulysses, son of Laertes. He relates how he has been wandering, a victim of misfortune, since the day he followed Agamemnon to Troy to fight for 10 years a people who had done him no harm. He relates how the gods, abandoning the Greeks to their revenge, deserted the hearts of men when Troy was burned and the Trojans massacred. How, due to the hostility of the god that makes the earth shake, he remained a captive of the vast sea for almost 10 years. How he faced the Cicones and the Lotus Eaters, the Cyclops and the underworld, Scylla and Charybdis. How storms scattered his ships and drowned his companions. how he himself, snatched from his vessel, survived by clinging to a beam before reaching the shores of Phaeacia. At the end of Ulysses' story, a heavy silence fills the room, and an expression of both admiration and incredulity can be read on all the faces. Alcinous declares that Ulysses should no longer have to wander endlessly. This hero, whose name reached his ears a long time ago, has already suffered too much. He invites all the princes of Phaeacia gathered around the table to shower him with gifts. Clothes, gold, silver. He has more than earned it. And at daybreak, Alcinous will put a vessel at Ulysses' disposal. The next day, at dawn, they all hurry to King Alcinous' ship, where cases of precious stones, bronze and gold, food and wine have been deposited. Ulysses thanks his benefactors, then climbs aboard. But no sooner has he taken up position on the stern forecastle than he feels his eyelids grow heavy. Ulysses tries to fight it, but sleep yet again gets the better of him. It's a deep sleep, like the stillness of death. When he wakes up, he is once again lying on a beach. Ulysses leaps to his feet. He scans his surroundings, but he recognizes nothing. This beach is totally unknown to him, just like the craggy rocks above it. In the distance, he sees Alcinous' ship slowly heading back out to sea. Ulysses explodes with rage. The Phaeacians have deceived him. They haven't taken him back to his homeland as they had promised him. They've abandoned him on a desert island. Ulysses, once again, is alone. Rejected by the gods, rejected by man. The door of Penelope's bedchamber suddenly bursts from its frame. A dozen men march in. They are her suitors. For years they have besieged Penelope's apartments. They are all young nobles from renowned families, and they all want Penelope's hand, since there is still no news of her rightful husband, Ulysses. But more than Penelope, it's the kingdom of Ithaca that they covet. Until now, despite their arrogance and pomposity, they have been patient. Too patient. They have agreed to Penelope's request. Before choosing one of her suitors as her husband, since it's now considered highly unlikely that after 20 long years Ulysses will ever return, she will complete one sacred task: to weave a magnificent burial shroud for Laertes, Ulysses' father, in case the old man, weakened by the absence of his son, should die. Since Penelope began weaving the shroud all day, every day, the suitors have been living it up. They eat into Ulysses' wealth by holding opulent night-long banquets. They lay waste to his great estates with never-ending hunting parties. They fritter away the inheritance of the young Telemachus and bombard him with spiteful comments. For all their pretentious displays of power, little do they know that every night, in the flickering torchlight, one by one, Penelope undoes the stitches of the shroud, thus keeping it the same size. To help her in this task, Penelope has chosen 12 of her servants, the youngest and the prettiest, those whose carefree spirit betrays her own grief and pain. They are her eyes and ears among the suitors. It's they who bring her news of each of their intentions. Every night for years, they have helped her to unravel part of the shroud. But alas, one of them lets slip the secret of the queen's endless weaving. Melantho of the pretty cheeks. For some time now, she has been the mistress of the leading suitor, Antinous, and in him she has confided all the details of Penelope's trickery. And it's he, Antinous, who breaks down Penelope's door and bursts in, followed by the gang of other suitors. With his own eyes, he sees Ulysses' wife unraveling the shroud. In anger, the suitors seize Penelope, push her around and insult her. Antinous has to intervene to stop her from being hurt or even killed. They had been fooled, but it's over now. Penelope cannot rule alone, and Ulysses will never return. So she must finish her task as quickly as possible. And no more trickery. Then she must choose a husband from among the suitors. Until then, Penelope will be shut away in the Gymnasium, the quarters reserved for women, be they free or slaves, where, under the watch of maids hand-picked by the suitors, she will finish the burial shroud for old Laertes. On the beach, Ulysses is unable to quell his anger. He curses the Phaeacians for abandoning him on a foreign shore, having promised to take him back to Ithaca. They must have drugged him so they could get him off board and dump him while he was in a deep sleep. They must have also made off with his chest filled with gold and bronze. But no, the gifts from Alcinous are very much there, a little farther along the beach, out of reach of the waves. Ulysses inspects them. Nothing is missing. Suddenly, a young shepherd appears from the surrounding shrubbery and approaches Ulysses. An extremely handsome boy wearing a white cape. Ulysses asks him the name of this country, which people inhabit it, and which king rules it. The shepherd's eyes light up. "Why, Ithaca," he replies. "You're in Ithaca." Ulysses is overcome with joy. Indescribable joy. A joy so overflowing, it leaves him close to tears. But he holds back. He must be careful. He cannot reveal his identity just yet. Ulysses knows he must lie if he wants to learn the truth about what has been going on here since his departure. So he tells the shepherd that he has heard of this island Ithaca on his numerous voyages across the seas. And he questions the boy once more about the customs of the islanders. But instead of answering, the boy bursts out laughing. He's suddenly surrounded by a halo, and thick fog rises up out of nowhere. He begins to metamorphose, and a terrified Ulysses looks for his sword. The voice he hears is familiar to him. It mocks him, accuses him of being deceitful, unscrupulous, crafty, cunning, and never short of trickery. When will Ulysses, this great manipulator of men and deceiver of women, give up his passion for lies and foolery? For despite all of this guile, he has failed to recognize she who has always protected him, the goddess Athena. Facing her, Ulysses shows no sign of surprise, nor of deference or gratitude. Something then happens that neither deity nor man could have predicted. Ulysses pushes Athena away. Yes, he says, the goddess inspired him in the trick of the Trojan horse, which resulted in victory for the Greeks. But after that, Athena abandoned him. She wasn't there when his men were decimated by the Cicones or devoured by the Cyclops Polyphemus. She wasn't there when he descended into the underworld or when he faced the ferocious storms that shipwrecked his entire fleet and lost him all of his men and companions. And at the end of his wanderings and travails, suddenly here she is, claiming all the merit. No, the gods planned the death of Ulysses, swore that he would be lost, and yet here is Ulysses, back home, and without Athena's help, without the help of any divinity. His guile and his stubbornness are the only reasons for his return. For a long moment, Athena and Ulysses stare each other down, in silence. A silence that Ulysses finally breaks as he points to the sky. If he is still alive after saying such things, if Zeus has not yet struck him down for his impiety, then hasn't he told the truth? Athena knows that Ulysses is not trying to fool her this time. She realizes that he is overcome with anger. She tells him she has never stopped believing in him. It was she who inspired in him, from afar and deep within his soul, all of his cunning strategies and brave deeds. Ulysses roars with laughter. Nonsense. Gone are the days of superstition. Certainly, for a man to attribute such and such an inspiration to a god is a good way not to be seen as too proud in case of success, and an even better way of putting the blame on someone else in case of failure. And if people were to believe such an attribution, you can make them believe anything. To convince Ulysses he's wrong, with a single gesture, Athena covers him in hideous, filthy old rags. She shrivels his skin, wrinkles his eyes, and makes his hair fall out. This will ensure that Ulysses will be unrecognizable to his wife Penelope and all those who still remember him 20 years after his departure. This was, claims Ulysses, his own long thought-out plan. In the underworld, Agamemnon, the king of kings, had given him this advice: to not announce his return and to enter the palace disguised to avoid being killed on the spot. To be certain of not being recognized, he will thus wear the filthy rags given to him by the goddess. Thus, disguised as an old beggar, Ulysses limps off, resting on his crutch. He sets off inland, leaving Athena on the shore. Poseidon confronts Zeus. Since Ulysses blinded his son, the Cyclops, the god of the sea has had one obsession: to punish him for his deed. And once again, the king of Ithaca has overstepped the mark. Did the god of gods not hear the impious words with which he mocked the goddess Athena? Athena has always lauded Ulysses' inventiveness and mastery of strategies. And here's the unacceptable result. The king of Ithaca, thunders Poseidon, is a liar, a cheat, and a thief. He respects nothing and nobody. Will Zeus uphold his word? Will he allow Poseidon to take his revenge? Of course, the master of Olympus has not forbidden Ulysses' return to his homeland after so many woes. But the Phaeacians, despite being of Poseidon's race, made this return possible without having made a sacrifice to their god. They helped Ulysses and gave him priceless gifts, which have no equivalent, not even in the proud city of Troy. Such insolence cannot go unpunished. Zeus consents. He promised to let Ulysses return to his island and cannot undo that. But Poseidon does have the right to punish the Phaeacians in whichever way he pleases. So Poseidon leans over the clouds and points his trident at Alcinous' ship, the magnificent Phaeacian vessel which escorted Ulysses to the coast of Ithaca. And just as it's entering the harbor from which it set sail a few days earlier, it's transformed into a rock. Poseidon dives down to the foot of this ship-shaped rock and with the flat of his hand forces it deep into the seabed. Then he returns to his palace at the bottom of the sea. Far away from the palace of Ithaca, in an arid, hard-to-reach spot close to a wood, stands one of King Ulysses' pig farms. It's kept by an old man who goes by the name of Eumaeus. It's said that Eumaeus was once a sailor, that he came from the Orient and was sold to King Laertes, who gave him his freedom to watch over his livestock. Today, Laertes is no longer king, and neither is his son, Ulysses. But Eumaeus, faithful servant that he is, continues to keep the royal pig farms constructed with his own hands, which contain hundreds of heads of swine. Of all the servants of the kingdom, he is undoubtedly the most devoted. So much so that he's nicknamed the divine swineherd. Today, Eumaeus is on his doorstep when an old beggar dressed in mud-spattered rags appears. His dogs are about to attack the intruder when he stops them with a single command. He signals to the beggar to come closer, gestures to his hut and invites him inside. It's only right that a man of his age should meet a charitable soul on his path who can offer him some food and shelter. Please come in. Then you can tell me where you've come from and what travails you've faced along the way. The beggar enters the hut. It's poor-looking and almost empty. Eumaeus serves him a goblet of wine and a crust of bread, all he has left. He bombards the old man with questions. Who is he? Where is he from? So the beggar tells his story, inventing a past filled with terrifying adventures. He then begins asking his own questions. A sad look comes over Eumaeus. He no longer has a master. He left long ago to fight in the war in far-off Troy and hasn't returned. He's surely dead, yet his swineherd still fattens his pigs, even though it's others who eat them these days. If Ulysses, for that is his name, were to return, he would be recognized as a servant who has worked hard for him. The king's father, Laertes, is still alive, but has left the palace, distraught at the absence of his son, and has taken refuge in a farm where he wanders around all day uttering nonsense. He's sadly losing his mind. Ulysses' wife, Penelope, is the prey of arrogant suitors who have besieged the palace. But suddenly, Eumaeus' account is interrupted. Beneath his beggar's disguise, Ulysses stiffens. A young man enters. It's Telemachus. The son he left behind in Ithaca 20 years ago stands before him. Once again, there's a banquet at the palace of Ithaca. The suitors are gathered in the great hall, feasting, singing, and drinking. While around them, slave girls deploy their charms and go from one man to the next, letting him have his way with her. An indescribable racket fills the hall. But it suddenly falls into silence. Telemachus has made his entry. The flabbergasted suitors look at each other, seeking clues as to how they should react. This little bastard has ruined their plans. He's back. He has escaped the ambush they set for him. Telemachus takes the floor. He has only 3 words to say, which come out in a single sob. Ulysses is dead. He has returned from Sparta, where he met some men who had fought alongside him. All of them were unanimous. Ulysses' fleet was sunk, and the king and all of his men and companions were devoured by the sea. The suitors don't even bother to conceal their joy. They cheer out loud. Finally, Penelope is theirs. With Ulysses confirmed dead, nothing stands in the way of a new wedding. Let her then choose the lucky one. And once more, song and laughter begin to ring out inside the palace. Nobody has noticed that Telemachus isn't alone. Beside him is a strange old beggar, holding out his hand and groaning. Telemachus says he found him at the harbor and offered him hospitality for the night. And here he is begging for a crust from the suitors. But they throw their dregs of wine at him and order him out. But as he merely stays there, pitifully leaning on his crutch, the leader of the suitors, Antinous, hurls a stool at his head, which the beggar barely manages to avoid. Another suitor flings a sad-looking piece of meat in his direction, which he snatches up, and sitting on the ground in middle of all the waste, hungrily devours. Then he takes the floor. He thanks his hosts, despite them continuing to insult him and urging him to leave. He says he has good news for them. On his travels across the sea, he met a man who went by the name of Ulysses. So they should rest assured, their king is not dead, as the young Prince Telemachus just claimed, but we'll soon be home. So there's always a shred of hope. On hearing this, Antinous rises and orders the beggar to be chased from the palace and beaten. Telemachus grits his teeth. The beggar is thrown to the ground. He painfully gets to his feet and is about to depart when an old woman calls to him. It's one of Penelope's servants. She heard what the beggar said and wants to know more. Is it true that her master Ulysses is really still alive? To thank him, and because he was brought here by Telemachus, she brings a basin of warm water and has him sit so she can wash his feet, a custom of the household when honoring a guest. The beggar is overjoyed. He recognizes the old woman. Everybody knows her here. She's the oldest of the old servants, Euryclea. Euryclea has already taken the old man's leg. As she washes it, she tells him of her mistress's woes. The suitors have shut her in the Geneseum, and tomorrow will force her to take one of them as her husband. Then suddenly, Euryclea stares at him. Her wrinkled fingers have just discovered a long scar on his leg. This scar. Two scars like this cannot exist in the world. How many times did she wash it when she was bathing her master so long ago? This scar, at this precise spot, with this precise shape, made by the wild boar her master as a child was hunting on the flanks of Mount Parnassus, and which she, Euryclea, had treated on his return. Euryclea knocks over the basin. She looks the beggar straight in the eye and is about to cry out in joy, when Ulysses places his hand over her mouth and almost has to strangle her to stop her from screaming out his name. The day of choosing has arrived. Queen Penelope has just entered the throne room where all the suitors are assembled. For the past few days, she has been their prisoner, held captive in the Geneseum, this place reserved for women under the surveillance of the 12 maids who betrayed her. Penelope must now resign herself and choose from among these impertinent suitors the one who will replace Ulysses, whom it is now clear will never return. For 20 years, Penelope has awaited the return of her beloved husband, Ulysses. She has prayed day and night and used different ruses to evade the pressing advances of the suitors. And nothing, not even constraint, could extinguish the hope of one day seeing Ulysses again. But today, Penelope knows she can no longer avoid this odious wedding. However, she will prove her loyalty one final time to the man she has never ceased to love. To decide between the suitors, she has devised a test for them, inspired by the memory of her husband. She walks up to them and presents them with Ulysses' great bow. The suitors have to string this great bow and shoot a single arrow through a line of 12 axe heads. Only Ulysses was capable of such a feat. Penelope will offer herself as a reward to the one who can match the prowess of her late husband. Telemachus is the first to take up the challenge. He wants to prove that he is no longer a child and can protect his mother. If he succeeds, she will not leave this place with a new husband, but will reign over Ithaca with her son, who will drive out the suitors. Three times Telemachus attempts to string the bow, and 3 times he lacks the strength. A first suitor steps forward and fails in his turn. A second one grabs the bow, warms it in the heat of the fire, and fails. A third one tries, then a fourth, in vain. It is soon Antinous' turn. He starts boasting. The other suitors are no match for him. Let them all witness the strength of the mighty Antinous, future king of Ithaca. Antinous grabs the bow, and with all his might attempts to string it. But he too finally has to give up. Preoccupied by their failed efforts, the suitors haven't noticed that the strange vagabond they had bullied the day before has just entered the room. Nor do they notice the sign he makes to Telemachus and the swineherd Eumaeus, who discreetly gathers up all the suitors' weapons. Take them outside to the courtyard to a storage hut and lock them inside it. It's the old servant Euryclea who guides the beggar to the suitors. The beggar offers to try in his turn, explaining that he wants to see if there is anything remaining of his former strength and agility, or if his life of wandering and hardship has destroyed it. His words are met with a stream of insults from the suitors. What impertinence! They explode with rage. Let him leave this palace immediately and return to his pigsty with his swineherd friend. But Penelope intervenes. This beggar is a guest of Telemachus, and it is neither courteous nor fair to disrespect the guests of a prince, whoever they might be. Do the young pups who make up this pack of suitors think that this stranger, if he succeeds in stringing Ulysses' bow, would take Penelope away and make her his wife? The poor beggar himself has never imagined such a thing. Let their hearts thus not be saddened by such a thought, and let them continue to eat, drink, and make merry until they finally gain the strength to string the bow of Ulysses. Telemachus approves his mother's decision, but asks her to return to her quarters. It is he who has the authority to give or refuse his father's bow to whomever he pleases, and none of the suitors will be able to stop him. The test of the bow, he adds, is men's business. Old Euryclea then takes an astonished Penelope by the arm and leads her back to her room as Telemachus has ordered. The swineherd Eumaeus, obeying Telemachus' order, takes Ulysses' bow and, amidst insults from the suitors, presents it to the beggar. This latter runs his hands all over it, first one side, then the other. He examines it, he weighs it. He twirls it around, drawing sarcastic remarks and sniggers from the courtiers. Then, effortlessly, he strings the bow and releases it. The brass-tipped arrow whistles through all 12 axe heads without missing a single one. The beggar then throws off his rags, leaps onto the hall's threshold, and the bewildered suitors immediately recognize the king of Ithaca, who all believe dead, Ulysses. Telemachus immediately goes to stand beside his father. The suitors have no time to gather themselves. Ulysses shoots arrows in all directions, and the first one strikes Antinous in the throat. Then Eurymachus, then Amphinomos, then Agelaus and Pisander. With just 2 of them against all, their victory, however, seems compromised. The suitors search desperately around them for a shield, a sword, a spear. They discover that the doors leading to the great hall have been locked. Furious, they throw themselves on Ulysses and Telemachus. A bloody clash ensues. Arrows rain down on the suitors. Some beg to be spared, others curse the hero. The Palace of Pleasure soon becomes an execution stage. The party is over for the criminals. They are all slaughtered, without hesitation, without mercy. Father and son, relentless, punish those who for years have ruined their home, slept with their maids, coveted a wife and a mother, with the sole aim of dispossessing them of their kingdom. When the last man has been killed, Ulysses and Telemachus, bloody and dirty, summon Eurycleia, the old nursemaid. Ulysses asks her to name the women of the palace who have betrayed him and those who are innocent. Eurycleia tells him the truth. Of the 50 women who served Penelope, 12 have betrayed him and given themselves to the suitors, precipitating their mistress's ruin. Ulysses demands that these 12 maids be brought to him. He orders them to drag the corpses of their lovers out of the courtyard and then to clean the blood-splattered floor. Ulysses tells Telemachus that he must now do his mother justice and make these 12 women forget all memory of the treacherous pleasure they indulged in. Telemachus, with the help of the swineherd, leads the unfaithful maids out of the courtyard. They wail, they sob, they lean against one another for support. Devastated by the fate of their handsome lovers, they hardly pay attention to the sentence proclaimed by the young prince. Let it not be said that he accorded the sweetness of prison to those who insulted his mother and slept with her arrogant enemies. On one of the tall columns surrounding the palace courtyard, Telemachus attaches a ship's cable, then orders the execution. Old Euryclea gently wakes Penelope. She cannot contain her joy. Ulysses has returned. But Penelope is speechless when she sees the man standing in front of her. He bears a resemblance to Ulysses, certainly, but he has aged so much. His skin is so weathered by the sun and seawater that Penelope cannot be sure that he is indeed the man who shared her bed. She looks at him, but doesn't rush into his arms, doesn't show any emotion. She doubts the identity of this man who is presented to her as being the king of Ithaca, father of Telemachus. She fears that this stranger has come to deceive her with his discourse. There are so many who are evil-minded. So Ulysses, exhausted by the fight he has just waged, disconcerted by Penelope's aloofness, turns to old Euryclea. With a sigh, he complains about the hardness of Penelope's heart, how she fails to recognize the man who, after an absence of 20 years and great suffering, has finally returned to his homeland. Let his old nursemaid, who for her part knew how to welcome him appropriately, prepare a bed for him so that he may rest at last. Penelope then speaks. She orders Euryclea to prepare for this man who delivered her from the suitors the bed that Ulysses himself carved, in which has been moved to another room in the palace. Ulysses' face crumples. Then anger overcomes him. Who has dared to move his bed? This can only be done by destroying it. For Ulysses built this bed around an olive tree rooted in the ground. One of the columns was carved from the trunk of the tree precisely in such a way that it could never be moved by anyone. On hearing these words, Penelope's heart misses a beat. Here is the proof that it is indeed Ulysses who has just spoken. For only the two lovers know the secret of this column. She throws herself into his arms, kisses his face, begs him to forgive her for having recourse to trickery to verify her husband's identity. Ulysses laughs at her ruse. He who owes his survival to his own cunning, disguises, and tricks. Night has fallen on Ithaca. From the top of the ramparts, Ulysses gazes out over his city, savoring his newfound plenitude. A voice pulls him out of his reverie. And for the first time in a long time, he sees the goddess Athena in her true appearance, helmeted and wearing her gold sandals, armed with a spear and shield. The goddess smiles kindly at him. So Ulysses has found his palace, his throne, and his wife Penelope again. Thanks to the gods who have always watched over him, starting with herself as Zeus wished. Let him therefore chase from his mind the seditious ideas that his misfortunes of the past 10 years have planted there. But Ulysses glares at the goddess. Where were the gods beneath the ramparts of Troy when carnage was added to victory? When old Priam's head was cut off, Hector's wife raped, the wounded who begged for mercy slaughtered, the newborns thrown over the walls. Where were the gods when the streets turned into rivers of blood and the sky above the palace was ablaze? The gods were absent. And it is because of their silence that Ulysses today, and all mortals tomorrow, will turn away from them. And, continues Ulysses, if the gods are just, then why is the world a place filled with injustice? No, it was not the gods who helped Ulysses return home. On the contrary, the gods, unjust, petty, and cruel, plotted his downfall, and he triumphed over all the trials they put in his way, thanks only to his tenacity and determination. The gods had nothing to do with it. Humanity no longer needs gods such as these. From now on, mortal men need only rely on their wits and intelligence to devise stratagems, as he himself did, and live without fear of incurring the vain wrath of divinities unable to protect or love them. For thousands of years, the gods have played with men's destinies as they play with dice, but Ulysses has freed men from their submission. In front of Athena, on the ramparts of his regained city, Ulysses declares that men, although mere mortals, are no longer pawns on the chessboard of the gods, but sovereign creatures. Zeus and Athena once again confront each other. So Athena's plan has failed. Zeus points this out to her, but without anger. These are the cold facts. Ulysses, her protege, has fooled them. Athena admired his cunning and his lies, his ingenuity. But now, back at home, victorious and rebellious, her protege has concocted the idea that the gods are unjust and no longer deserve to be worshipped. And he is giving this lie the illusion of truth. Ulysses is the man who has pitted humanity against the gods. Zeus capitulates. He has understood that Ulysses is leaving them alone, disunited, face to face with their immortality. The gods will survive, even if men no longer believe in them, just as the gods of ancient times survived. They will survive alone, discredited, and in the most terrible of ways. Eternal, deprived of death, wandering aimlessly amongst the shades. Soon, the shrines dedicated to the Olympian gods are abandoned. The gods are forgotten, and the power of men is celebrated. There are only three very distant deities who continue to rule over human destiny. These are three sisters, known as the Fates. The Fates regulate the duration of each existence with a thread, which Atropos, the most relentless and feared of the three, always ends up cutting when the time has come. Even though men have ceased to believe in Zeus and the gods of Olympus, They know that the three sisters determine how much time they will spend on Earth. Men fear the fates as much as they respect them. No one knows exactly what became of the hero of the Iliad and the Odyssey. Poets tell many stories about him. Some say he died a wealthy old man on his island, surrounded by his faithful wife Penelope and his son Telemachus. Others claim that he languished so much at home that he went out to sea and rode the swell again on a sturdy ship. Or that he exiled himself in a distant land to atone for the unnecessary slaughter of the 12 maids committed by his son Telemachus, who exceeded his orders. And there he met a young man who sought quarrel with him. A fight ensued. Only the young man got up. When Ulysses asked him his name, the young man, to honor the warrior he had defeated with great difficulty, replied that his name was Telegonos, son of the sorceress Circe, born from an unknown father. And darkness fell over Ulysses' eyes. While in their distant cave, and where the threads of life are woven, measured, then cut always too short, the three sisters of fate, busy at their terrible task, smile sardonically.